spend the next 1.5 hours to hear all the beautiful offerings from our God brothers and God sisters around the world. Because of Zoom technology, somehow by Krishna's mercy, at least we can see everyone and we can hear everyone. Before we start today's Vyasapuja session, we have a very special devotee who will start off the program. It is actually His Holiness Jai Advaita Maharaj. Jai Advaita Maharaj, actually is one of the senior disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and he spent so much time with Prabhupada. He was very much involved in the formative years of the BBT. He's known for his strictness in following Srila Prabhupada, and he was very close to our Guru Maharaj. Now, Guru Maharaj liked him very much. Just a few hours ago, Swayam Jyoti Prabhu from London very kindly sent us, this recording. Swayam Jyoti Prabhu, we thank you so much for this. And it's about maybe 6 minutes. Maharaj is making his offering to our Guru Maharaj. And I think in terms of Vaishnava etiquette, it's proper that we hear him, and to be able to actually hear what he says. Um, some devotees are writing here that they are not able to see the audio video controls in the webinar. Prasanatma Prabhu, just look at the chat and see if you can just help them in any
Yes,
which way.
Prabhuji. Till one speaker is speaking, nobody will be allowed. Those who want
Okay.
to speak, they would inform us. Then only they will be able to speak.
Okay, so when I inform who is going to speak, then you are going to
Yes,
allow them to speak. Huh?
yes.
Okay, fine. So all Prabhus and Matajis, you know who you are, who's going to be speaking. So just be on standby. After Javaita Maharaj, I'm going to call the US and the Canadian devotees first because it's very late for them. And they are staying up just to be able to participate in this program. So, before they drop off, I think it's good for them, for us to hear them also. Then we will start hearing the other devotees. So, Prasanatma Prabhu, can you please play Javaita Maharaj's offering?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudavani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtachadeshatarane Vanchakolpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindho Pyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Shadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'm making this video just to offer my respects to His Holiness Mahavishnu Maharaj, who was a dear friend and a wonderful example of Krishna consciousness. I first met him back in London when for some time I was staying at the temple in Soho Street. I was basically camped there for many, many months. And Maharaj used to come regularly for my classes. He wasn't initiated at that time. He would come in his pants and shirt, and for the morning Bhagavatam class. And I would see that while all the other devotees were listening or not listening or whatever they were doing, he was just drinking up Bhagavad Gita. And if he would ask a question or say anything, it was clear that he was absorbed in reading Prabhupada's books and relishing Srila Prabhupada's presentation of Krishna consciousness. He was just absorbed in these things. And the other devotees, they thought, who is this old man? He just comes in the morning for prasadam. He just comes to eat. And they completely missed it. That here was the one person who was really not coming to eat. He was coming to drink the nectar of Krishna consciousness. And they were waiting for the class to end so that, well, I don't want to say they were, but anyway, the class would end and they would eat. But he was there really to hear. And I thought such a wonderful person, wonderful devotee. So I once appreciated him very much. And then later, of course, he came into his own. He became well initiated and then accepted sannyas. And he was so enthusiastic for preaching Krishna consciousness, for speaking about Krishna consciousness. And that was his pleasure, not just that it was something that he did or this was his occupation or his duty, but he would relish speaking about Krishna, preaching about Krishna. And we would talk about different Krishna topics, and he was such a pleasure to be with. He was so friendly and always jolly and just wonderful to associate with. And there wouldn't be mundane topics. He wanted to hear about Krishna, wanted to speak about Krishna. So one became Krishna conscious just by his touch. I remember, I don't want to say too many things because I know your schedule will be packed, but I remember toward the end of his life, he spoke at the Durban Ratha Yatra. But at that time I remember he had dark glasses and his health was very weak, his strength was down, everything. You could see that it's just sort of going on by for some time, but that chapter was closing. But he was so enthusiastic and so strong also. He would not mince words. He was not pussyfooting with his audience. He laid it on the line as if to say, I'm an old man, I can say whatever I want, and you have to listen to it. He just, boom, put it all on the table. Here's what Krishna says. Here's the message of Bhagavad Gita. Here's the message of Bhagavatam. And if you're sincere, you'll accept it. But not in as I've said, in just a heavy blasting or pushy way, but like with kindness, like a kindly friend. He would beg people. I remember him saying, please, 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 please. Of course, that was a trademark request. Please, 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 please. He would beg people, please chant Hare Krishna, please take this seriously. Please take this message of Krishna consciousness. And he had so much dedication and loyalty to our founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada. So he would just speak in Prabhupada's line, not this person says this, that person says that, here's what I learned when I was growing up. All Krishna Katha. So his example was wonderful, his life was wonderful, and his disciples also are wonderful. I've appreciated very much the disciples of Maharaj that I've been in touch with, and so I praise your good fortune and encourage you to carry on forever in the service of your Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, His Holiness Jai Vaita Maharaj ki. You can hear how much of respect and love and and feelings that Maharaj Jayavaita Maharaj put into his Vyasapuja offering. And he, being such a senior and exalted devotee, he could see the greatness of our Guru Maharaj. And this is something we should never take for granted, Prabhus and Matajis. We are in a situation where we are so fortunate to be in his eternal service. And I really am touched by Jayavaita Maharaj's last point, where he blessed all the disciples of Maharaj to be in the eternal service of our spiritual master. Eternal service of our spiritual master. So that's really nice. So now we start with the other devotees. Let's start with US. We have His Grace Punendu Prabhu, who will be making a Vyas Puja offering, and followed then by Anasuya Mataji and Gopika Mataji. Now, to all the devotees who are going to make your offerings, my humble request to you is to keep it within very reasonable time, because otherwise we may risk not having other devotees who were slaughtered to be given the opportunity to also give their offerings. So keep it short and tight. Maharaj always said quality is more important than quantity anyway. Punetu Prabhu, welcome. Very nice to see you, and hope you're having a blissful Vyas Puja. We miss you, Prabhu. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think I like this all-nighter, Prabhu. This is nicer.
What time is it there? What time is it there?
It's 11:45
Oh,
in the night.
Krishna. We are sorry, Prabhu. Thank you for staying up.
No, why should you be sorry, Prabhu? This is exactly what Maharaj wanted us to do anyway. He said, less sleep and less eating is good for health,
Yeah. And we were very lucky today because we happened to be in your house for the entire length of Maharaj's lecture. So that's
I'm busy making the offering right now.
Please continue, Prabhu. Thank you.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Maha Vishnu Goswamiti Namne. Hare Krishna Maharaj, dearest Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to you. This year, as you are well aware, has been a very eventful year. While the pandemic has in many ways transformed the way the world operates, and there has been a lot of suffering, at the same time, there has been an enormous coming together and show of empathy. The virus has truly been Karuna virus, very merciful, because in many ways it has helped me and hopefully others dig deep into their hearts and reflect on the fact that in a fraction of a minute, Krishna can turn the entire world upside down. In a lecture on 395 given in Rajkot in 2007, you talked about undigested knowledge. You said knowledge means to know, and to know means to be on the mind level. You emphasized throughout this lecture that unless one digests this knowledge, one tends to be in illusion. Digest, you said, means that the knowledge should touch the heart. Combining this with the lecture you gave in Singapore titled Mujhe Jana Hai, We All Have to Go, made me come to terms with my own mortality, considering that I'm in the high-risk category due to age and health conditions. Considering this and keeping that you keep insisting that one will not die if Krishna does not want you to die, and die we must either today or 100 years from now, we decided to have in-person programs because we got a little tired of the Zoom. And besides the Zoom programs, we decided to do farmers market, and we tried to do Harinams whenever we could. And some courageous souls joined us in person on a weekly basis. It felt nice to suspend the fear of death and glorify Krishna together. Talking about illusion and fear, Maharaj, you also said, because the knowledge is only residing in the mind and hasn't touched the heart, that however hard we try, we're unable to see Krishna as reality. The mind sees this hall as truth, this job as truth, this life as truth, my wife as truth, and we invariably keep running after these truths, forgetting the real truth. Maharaj, you brought home the point that all this remains true only till the eyes are open. Once the eyes are closed, then everything is null and void. Maharaj, this truth can only be revealed to us by your mercy. Since you have seen this truth, Seeing my death approaching me and not being able to see the truth, I request you to help me see this truth. Maharaj, this is the first time since the winding up of your earthly pastimes that we have not been able to gather at your samadhi. On one hand, it does feel very weird to be sharing my feelings with you over the Zoom, especially when in the above mentioned lecture given in Rajkot in 2007, you kept emphasizing that this overdependence on laptops is not good. You mentioned how unhappy you were when a sannyasi was giving a class from Sri Computer. On the other hand, it is ecstatic that you are willing to accept our offering and you're enabling us to share our feelings with you over the internet. This brings out the two greatest glories, your two greatest glories, namely that even though you're swimming in the ocean of the supreme truth, you're always the most accommodating person to us conditioned souls. Maharaj, I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving us your shelter and your mercy. Your humble servant, Purnanda Krishna Das. And Maharaj, if I may have your permission, I also would like to read another small offering that was given by Parmanand Prabhu, and this is his offering to you. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances and Dandavat pranams. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your glorious self. Since the last time I wrote to you, I had a very interesting dream. In this dream, there was a devotee that came on, that kept on encouraging me to go with him to meet a Swami that was visiting. As I turned the corner, I realized that the Swami in question was His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. As soon as I realized this, I offered my Dandavat pranams. As I got up, Srila Prabhupada, who was sitting on a chair, noticed me and turned a sidelong glance towards me while continuing to speak to the person next to him. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but after a few moments, Srila Prabhupada moved his head to point his chin towards me, while at the same time making a gesture towards me with his hand. Chuckling while continuing to speak to the person next to him, Srila Prabhupada said, "Let's see what this one can do." Hearing those words, I felt happy and dreamed, and the dream ended. When I woke up in the morning, I kept thinking what this dream could indicate. Eventually, I concluded that maybe I should try to engage more seriously in some service for Srila Prabhupada, or at the very least, take on the services that are coming my way. Since then, I have had several opportunities to engage in some devotional service, and I feel truly that I have been able to grow a little while engaging in those services. These opportunities for services have mostly come from being inspired by your disciples, Purnanda Krishna Das, Anasaya Mataji, and Gopika Mataji. They are always encouraging me to engage in some service or the other, and I'm eternally grateful for their association. I tried to engage with some of the university students so that we could read and discuss Srila Prabhupada's perfect questions, perfect answers. The classes went on well for a few weeks, but unfortunately, I have not been able to keep them engaged. I tried reaching out several times to that group of students, and they would first tell me they'll make time later, but they eventually stopped replying to me altogether. But I'm not disheartened. I will try to be there for them should they ever be willing to talk to me. I was engaged in discussing Bhagavad Gita as it is at a local mandir with some of the patrons there. Things went well, and we used to have some engaging discussions. I used to spend a lot of time trying to break Mayavadi philosophy, and that many of the patrons follow. I used to quote from your pearls of wisdom, and I found them very, very practical to preach with. Doing this helped me to better understand Srila Prabhupada's teaching, and Krishna willing, the patrons were exposed to some devotional services such as Sankirtan, as well as offering food to Krishna before taking it. Eventually, there was enough goodwill at the mandir, and they accepted a copy of Srimad Bhagavatam by Srila Prabhupada. Krishna willing, those going to the mandir will get a chance to read and study Srimad Bhagavatam. Unfortunately, with COVID-19 outbreak, we were not able to keep having classes in the mandir, so I tried doing the classes over Zoom, but attendance dropped off and I was not able to continue classes. With your blessings, Maharaj, I hope I can start that again. Please give me your shelter. I continue helping Purnandu Prabhu, Anasya Mataji, and Gopika Mataji with prasadam distribution at the farmers market. It has been a good experience for me to understand how much effort devotees put into benefiting others, even when those being benefited may not have any idea of how they are being helped. I also adopted a bull named Interneath on behalf of Krishna. He has black and white spots and is now quite large. Doing this service helped me to give him some of my attachment to my material wealth. Your sincerely, your humble servant, Parmanand. Hare Krishna. So now I'll give it to Anasya Mataji. You want to sit here? It's easier because.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Mataji. Welcome. Please.
Hare Krishna.
Please.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances or glories to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev. Maharaj, I struggled with this year's Vyasapuja offering, wondering there was so much to say and it was really hard to put it on paper. But I'm hoping to share two themes for this year. So as I get on with my years, I find myself getting pulled into various, relational issues of people, maybe marital issues, parental struggles, sibling challenges, and at the same time, my own similar situation. And through it, it's been very interesting to almost experience you and your instructions and your handling of me. And sort of almost picking from it, learning from it, learning from them to be able to apply them back to help others or help myself. And as I've attempted to do that, I've had two realizations, one of gratitude and the other and so I'll speak of that first. So Maharaj, I'm grateful to you, Maharaj, that despite knowing of my ineptness and at the same time my lack of awareness of that ineptness, your numerous dealings with me were so full of affection, so full of appreciation and attention that I felt always that I was just round the corner to being a pure devotee. And at the same time, on hindsight, I realized, had you not given me that love, the glorious attention and appreciation, I don't know if I would be here writing this offering today. Your affectionate dealings were so natural, so spontaneous, and so satisfying. Like the time in Singapore when I remember everybody had taken their prasad from you and I didn't really know where to go, being new and not really knowing very many people. So I hung around and then just approached you while Purendra Prabhu was standing by you. But by then, everybody had taken prasad from the plate and there was nothing left. So I crawled on my knees and paid obeisances and put my hand out. And Maharaj, you turned to look in the plate for something and there was nothing there. And you're like, oh, my dear daughter, I have nothing to give you. So I just nodded my head saying, Maharaj, I just need, your mercy. And prasad or, the sweet is just a matter of formality. And the look of love you gave me, I remember it to this day. It was more than anything I could ever have in my life. And similar many other situations where I won't get into it because of time. But I can see how we all are struggling for want of this genuine warmth in a world which is so limited in its ability to provide that selfless love. At the same time, without any words being exchanged, you always knew me, I felt, and what I needed to strengthen me favorably for my devotional service. When I was down and out on all sides, you knew how to zone in, single me out, and lift me up, despite I being a woman. Or, I've had many times when I was so childish in front of you, throwing tantrums out of vulnerability, insecurity, and you were so quietly tolerant of my insolence, never once letting me know of the deep pain and discomfort I was causing you. And very gradually, very gently turning me around and maturing me out of my childlessness. But then there were also times when you pulled me up, chastised me in front of everyone, put me in my place or minimized my complaints, corrected my behavior. Great lessons in the moment to retrain my mentality. And so all of these, so obviously over hindsight, I realize how they have been so formative and so foundational for me to understand what must be my path forward. And also gives me so much understanding of how I need to learn to handle others, whether it is through attention, through affection, through support, or through chastisement. The second part is realization. The second theme of my realization is realization, if I may say that. And I think it is best said by this line by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. Bewildered souls pregnant with arrogance and intoxicated with desires for sense gratification, approach the spiritual master pretentiously. I'll say it again, Maharaj. Bewildered souls, mainly for myself, bewildered souls pregnant with arrogance and intoxicated with desires for sense gratification, approach the spiritual master pretentiously. And I see this more and more in myself, and as well in others who I happen to in whose life I happen to step in. And I find that our spirit is willing, but the flesh is so weak. And therefore, over and over, I find that my only recourse is to seek your shelter for them and for myself. And thus, I pray for you with outstretched hands to save me from myself, to save others from themselves. For as you have explained to us many times, that is our only enemy. As the beautiful verse you taught us so lovingly, Samsara Kupe Patito Aghade Mohanda Purne Vishaya Vitapte Karavalandam Mamade Vishnu Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. With that, I request for your outstretched hands to pull us out. Your servant, Anusya Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Shri Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Gopika Devi Dasi.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishna Bhutale Srimate Mahavishnu Goswami Namo. Hare Krishna Maharaj. It was nice to see you in the beginning, and nice to hear the kirtan and really feel that whole mood of Rajkot coming across, even though we're not there with you in person today. But I guess my reflections on the past year since last Vyasapuja were not so much of a lot of personal growth. It seems a little bit of kind of just managing the year, I guess. And a few things settled out in terms of relationships that you probably know better than I do what that was all about. But anyhow, although it's been a really long journey with some of those questions, they kind of got settled the past couple of years and sort of settled out now. So I guess the most interesting thing from the year was sort of the services that somehow we got to do with the devotees. And in spite of the world situation, saw how Krishna allowed that service to continue because he's always benefiting everyone. So the two services that I guess kind of shaped me the most, that I wanted to share with you, was our prasadam distribution and then the book distribution. And so for prasadam distribution, as you heard, right, we've been doing the markets, and we found that particularly with all the stress that people were going through with the fear of death and COVID, and there were riots in Minneapolis that caused more fear along racial tensions and things like that, that somehow or the other, the prasadam really touched people's hearts. And that association with devotees, just saying hi at the stand or every once in a while getting into a conversation, seemed to bring a lot of relief to them, whether it was mental or emotional, or just the fact that they had somebody still to talk to, in spite of all the attempts to isolate everyone. And also to say thank you, because it kept all of us sane. Otherwise, I'm sure we would all have eaten our heads off, each other's heads off way too much. And So it was really, really amazing to see kind of Krishna's hand in all those activities. A couple like kind of sweet points was, well, one funny thing was we met some customers who actually have an allergy to alliums, so they can't eat onion and garlic. And I don't remember how it came up the first time, but somehow someone asked, like, you know, do you have any onion or garlic? And we're like, no, thinking like, are you a devotee or like, what is this about? And then they told us that they have an allergy and they can't have them. So we, anyhow, we thought it just made all of us smile. We figured they were probably devotees in their last life and didn't like that regulation, but it's a little speculation. And then we met so many, and then the other kind of really special, quite a few special things, but there was also one little girl who every time she came to the market, we have Anu Mataji always keeps a picture of Radha Madhava from Mayapur on the table and facing out, so everyone has darshan when they walk up to the stand. And she would just come by and look, and she was like perfect height, so she could just have really nice darshan, and she was really attracted to Srimati Radharani. And then anytime before she'd go, she'd wave goodbye, and she would call her the princess. And her dad told us that for the whole morning, she only talked about the princess. And so I was just thinking, it's very amazing that, you know, that we could see how we're continuing the journey from a previous life, and how naturally, when we're very innocent, then we're attracted to Krishna and Srimati Radharani. But it's just when we grow up, we forget about them. So it was really nice, really sweet to see that example. And then, and the other nice thing was that somehow the service inspired and expanded, that other devotees in the community wanted to come out and volunteer, both some kids and some adults as well. And it was very enlivening for them to see how eager people were for prasadam. Because sometimes I think, you know, especially without having so many programs and festivals, sometimes it's like, oh, okay, you know, I don't think we always realize how special it was. But then seeing the devotees see everybody like that, it was really nice. And then the other service I'd just like to share is that we did, in spite of everything, we got to do some of the book distribution. And so thanks to your inspiration about for making us more serious in Purushottama Mas, the devotees pulled together, and we managed to reach to distribute 1,000 of the small books of Prabhupada. And thanks for inspiring us to, you know, to have that simplicity of faith, to know that just one little touch of Prabhupada will help someone out. So I'd like to offer those services to you today. Your servant, Gopika. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Purendra
Hare-
Prabhu, Anasuya Mataji, and Gopika. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhu.
We move on now to Manohar Krishna Prabhu, who's in Minneapolis, and after him we will request Radha Madan Mohan Prabhu, who's actually on a very short timeline, and he's in Sharjah to come on. But now can we ask Manohar Prabhu to come on, please? Thank you. I think, yes, Manohar Prabhu.
Hare
Thank
Krishna
you.
Prabhuji, Dhanavad Pranam.
Dandavats, please.
Prabhupada and Gurudev.
Yeah, please make your offering, Prabhu. Thank you.
Yes. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Bhutale Srimade Mahavishnu Goswami Ti Namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Bhutale Srimade Bhakti Vedanta Swami Ti Namine. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev. Maharaji, you are very compassionate, and although I am full of faults, you are very kindly considered me as your disciple. However, I am so foolish that I do not understand your great mercy and commit the same mistakes again and again. Maharaji, I am full of faults, and with a little introspection, I found many faults in me. I pray unto your lotus feet to kindly help me to be humble and sincere so that I can improve myself in your service. I promise to be more sincere in my devotional service, wake up consistently early and chant attentively and read scriptures scrutinizingly and implement them in my lives. The Srimad Bhagavatam verse says, Uttamashintatam kuryat prokta karitu madhyama adhamo shraddhaya kuryat akarocharitam pituhu. Translation says, a son who acts by anticipation what his father wants him to do is first class. One who acts upon receiving his father's order is second class. And one who executes his father's order irreverently is third class. But a son who refuses his father's order is like father's stool. So, in the purport of this shloka in SB 19844, Srila Prabhupada ji mentions 4 types of putra. I am the lowest mutra, for I am not executing the orders of my loving father even after getting clear instructions from him. With prayers unto your lotus feet, I hope to execute those instructions and be good putra and execute the wishes of father before they are ordered. Maharaji, I am illusioned and not focused and not consistent. I am struggling while treading in the path of devotion. I seek your blessing to wake up in Krishna consciousness with Ekena Manasa, single pointed focus as indicated in SB 1 to 14. Maharaji, I take up the service and give up very easily when I face difficulty. In other words, I am not very determined and not do sufficient yatana, endeavor. I pray unto your lotus feet that I get steadfast. I do endeavor with steadfast determination, like a bird who lost her eggs in the ocean, in lines of the verse Yatantascha Dridvrataha 9:14 of Bhagavad Gita, and such become recipient of your mercy, as in the verse Drishtva Parishramam Krishna Kripa Seet Swabandhane, SB 10:9-18, following your footsteps, Maharaji. Maharaji, I am envious of others' success and inimical to them. I am sad at their happiness and happy when they are miserable. I pray unto your lotus feet to grant me the freedom from envy and have the spark of your broad, compassionate attitude. So Maharaji, I am irreverent to your instructions and do service as per my convenience. I pray to your lotus feet, Maharaji, that I take up your instructions very seriously and execute it with sincerity despite difficulty. Maharaji, I am confused and I am not well organized, not knowing priority of tasks at hand. I pray unto your lotus feet that I execute in full remembrance for your full satisfaction, Maharaj. Maharaji, thanks for showering your infinite mercy. I am fortunate to have the association of devotees and a favorable home atmosphere, and thankful to get opportunities to perform some devotional service. Maharaji, you are an ocean of mercy and I am full of faults. I pray unto your cool shade of your lotus feet to always remain steady in your devotional service and glorification of you and Gauranga, and serve you like a menial dog servant, keeping aside my false pride and tendency to become big, although extremely foolish. Maharaji, I am confused and seek your guidance and blessings to follow your orders. Yours sincerely, Manohar Krishnadas. Hare Krishna. Krishna. Hare Ram.
Thank you, Manur Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Now go and take some rest. We are going to invite His Grace Radha Madan Mohan Prabhu, who has come on now. Prabhu has a timeline, I think. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for joining us today. I think you're probably in Sharjah, and you have been doing such nice preaching there too, with so many devotees. Welcome to today's Vyasapuja offering, and please give your offering to Srila Gurudev. Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Devkinandan Prabhu. Hare Krishna to Vaishnav Seva Prabhu and all the devotees here, all my senior God brothers and sisters. Let me start my offering to Srila Gurudev. My dear Gurudev, my eternal Father, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. O Maharaj, please give me shelter at your lotus feet, and please do not reject this unworthy son of yours. Maharaj, give me your blessing so that I may understand your valuable instructions and be able to follow them with full sincerity. Please give me your mercy. Please give me your mercy. The time has come again in the form of Vyasapuja, which enables me to think of you and meditate upon your instructions and teachings again and again. Dear Maharaj, I meditate upon your instructions and make an offering to you as Ganga water is offered back to Ganga. I have nothing of my own. So some of your instructions like Hame jana hai, hame jarur jana hai. So this instructions is so nice of yours. This reminds us of our last day that we have to leave finally, and gives lesson that we should remain detached from these material situations. Then one of another instruction which you preached us, just forget it and just forgive it. This wonderful instruction you gave, and we learn that not to retaliate or react unnecessarily. Thereby, we save a lot of time and energy, which can be used to focus to progress in Krishna consciousness. And then you gave us instruction like, see Lord Krishna's hand in all circumstances. With this, we become pacified and not blame anybody. When we see Lord Krishna's hand in situations, then we cannot simply blame anybody. We blame ourselves. So this is how we achieve peace in all situations. And then you said, Krishna can be seen in the pages of Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. This is how you encourage us to find Krishna in Srimad Bhagavatam, in the pages of Srimad Bhagavatam. You have told us that instead of wasting your time, just please unfold Srila Prabhupada in the pages of Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada, Lord Sri Krishna, they are all in that transcendental book. And with this, you told us how to be, more and more associated with the devotees. Then you said, be simple and do not complicate devotional service. And some of other instructions like, Bhagwan kare ki hame sahan shakti de. So let Lord Krishna give us the ability to tolerate the onslaught of miseries. With these instructions of yours, we learn the importance of tolerance. By following this instruction, we will never take any extreme steps in the form of retaliation, which would be otherwise very dangerous for life. Hence, we save ourselves and continue the devotional service. And you said, कि भगवान के नाम के बिना कहीं न जाएं. And the importance of Krishna's name, भगवान का नाम कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, this is what you told us. And one of the other instructions which always hit me, you said that we have become seniors but not sincere. With these instructions, you break our false pride and continuously remind that we should not simply become senior, but rather we should be sincere in devotional service. Sincerity is key to success in devotional service. All these instructions you gave, I just offer it back unto your lotus feet and pray to your lotus feet so that I can practice these instructions with more sincerity. Some of the points which are also offered by the devotees from Sharjah here, which I would like to, to offer it to you. One of the devotees, His Grace Murli Prabhu, he said that he is like true representative of Srila Prabhupada. How much Srila Prabhupada used to love his disciples and followers and people in general, that we can get the glimpse from the lectures and from the Maharaj instructions, Srila Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj instructions. This is what Murli Prabhu was saying. And one of the Prabhu, he is a newly joined our association, our programs. His name is Harvinder Prabhu. He is saying that Mahavishnu Maharaj has got the extraordinary skills to present Krishna consciousness to everybody. So these are some of the key points shared by from our congregation. I would like to offer it at the lotus feet of Maharaj. And lastly, one small bhajan which he has sung once when he came to Sharjah in the initiation ceremony of Sadbuddhi's Prabhu's house. So he sang this bhajan. I don't have the full bhajan, I'm sorry, but few portion is there. I'll just offer it to dear Gurudev. Krishna naam ke heere moti, Sant बिखेरे गली गली, ले लो रे कोई कृष्ण के प्यारे, शोर मचाए गली गली. कृष्ण नाम के हीरे मोती, संत बिखेरे गली गली, ले लो रे कोई कृष्ण के प्यारे, शोर मचाए गली गली. चमक चांदनी है 2 दिन की, फिर तो है अंधियारा, कंचन काया मिट्टी होगी, चर्चा होगी गली गली. कृष्ण नाम के हीरे मोती, संत बिखेरे गली गली, ले लो रे कोई कृष्ण के प्यारे, शोर मचाए गली गली. So when I ponder on this bhajan, think of it, then I realize that as if this bhajan is only written for Srila Gurudev. How much effort he used to take to spread the Krishna consciousness, how much pains he was taking in his advanced age to travel all over the world, and just so that people they take up this Krishna consciousness. I just pray at the lotus feet of Maharaj that kindly he bless me and the devotees here in Sharjah, so that we can follow his instructions and become successful in my life, in our life. Srila Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Radha Madhamohan Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare
We
Krishna.
wish we could all meet each other, but this is as good as it gets, So thank you, Prabhu. Thank you. So to all the devotees who are joining us, thank you so much. Some of you have just joined. Some of you may have been in the earlier chat in the Zoom, but you know now that we are on the panel. So I'm going to invite His Grace Amok Drishti Prabhu from London. Prabhu is also on a timeline. The rest of you will be fine. But I'm just wondering whether he has come in. So let's check. Prasanadma Prabhu, have you identified him?
We just send him the link, Prabhu.
Okay, fine. I've also sent him the link. I think he could be coming on soon.
Yes, he sent. He Prash quoted.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Amok Drishti Prabhu, welcome. Thank you for joining us very much from London. You have now your time to make an offering. You're on mute now, Prabhu.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. That's
I
good.
hear you just fine. Thank you, Prabhu.
Please make your offering. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dandavat and pranams to all God brothers and God sisters everywhere. So my name is Amok Drishti. I'm based here in London, England. And along with my beloved God brother, Amog Leela Das, Deepak Karia, and Swayam Jyoti, and many others, we've had the pleasure of serving Maharaj for many years. The offering I want to share is really just a straight up offering from the heart. I met Maharaj by accident, as it were. Of course, nothing is an accident, but Amog Leela and I were relatively new to Krishna consciousness in those days, many, many years ago. And we're talking about the early 1990s. And in the early 1990s, Amog met Maharaj. He says, I've met this amazing saint. He's Gujarati and he's like a grandfather. You've really got to meet him. And so somehow or other, he dragged me along and I ended up meeting Maharaj for the first time, having his darshan at the Manor, Bhaktivedanta Manor in London. And it was as if I had met a soul that I had known from a previous life. It was it was just divine. It was spectacular and humbling all at the same time. I felt I'd come home and my real grandfather was here. And so that began a journey for many years, through which, of course, we've come to know some of you, Devakinandan Prabhu, of course, and many others along this way. And he really took us under his wing. And therefore, my offering, Maharaj, is, Maharaj, you took us under your wing. You spared us harsh words, which in those days, in the 90s in ISKCON, was the management style that was prevalent amongst the disciples and their gurudevs. Even aspiring disciples suffered harsh words amongst from their acharyas. But Maharaj, you were so kind. You spared us the harsh words. You did not judge us for whoever we were. And you had a heart that accommodated not only us, but so many around us. My father at the time was taking too much alcohol because he was suffering the loss of my mother. We had lost my mum young. And Maharaj was so kind. Even when my father was drunk and he would come round, Maharaj would come and he would just be such a gentleman and just show so much love. And to see somebody like that with absolutely no judgment and treating people, you know, as with that equal vision, it was such an honor. And so Maharaj took London and people's hearts along the way, and we played a part in supporting and serving the London Yatra, the mission and the passion that Maharaj has, the desire to see Krishna consciousness, and what he called BBC, Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and chanting. These three things implemented throughout all the households and through all of his devotee disciples' homes and places. And so that's what we did. And Maharaj would often say to me that, you know, Prashant, he would say, you have very nice tendency to talk. You're a good speaker like Devaki. You should do something useful with your speaking. Don't just talk nonsense. And so he would engage me in various capacities, along with my beloved godbrother Amoglila, who is really the spearhead for the London Yatra, for the UK Yatra. Amoglila was very much our leader. And he would, as a second in command, he would kick us and cajole us into engaging and arranging programs for Maharaj. And Maharaj was excellent, especially because he would do one thing that many ISKCON sannyasis were not doing at that time, which is breaking the barriers down and working with and attending other organizations' events. So he attended the Swaminarayan groups. There were other groups he attended when he came to London. Devakinandan, you were there when that happened. And he would take devotees and he would take Krishna consciousness and cooperate with these other organizations from other faiths within the Hindu umbrella and show them the gift of Krishna consciousness in his own unique way. And every time he would do it with that non-judgmentalism, kindness, and big heart. And I think that is one of the most endearing and lasting memories that I have of Maharaj. He had the unique ability to chastise us in such a way that it felt like it was a big love bomb being thrown at us very hard. So without saying so much more, I'm very grateful that I've come to know all of you, especially come to know Devakinandan Prabhu, who has been an inspiration. Devaki, you've been an inspiration to me since we met and you stayed at our house. And Maharaj said, there is one devotee coming from Singapore. He's one of my disciples. Can you please look after him? And since then, we've looked after various devotees at our house, Amog's house and my house here in London. And it's been such an honor getting to know such humble devotees. And I look up to all of you as examples of humility and of good-heartedness and nishtha. And you all have that such faith. It excites me and it enlivens me to continue in my own small way. And I am continuing in my own way some degree of BBC through programs that I run. And we run a satsang and a Sangha group called Mantra Therapy. And we've done so all through Maharaj's inspiration since the past 11 years. And we now call it urban spirituality. So we're taking that BBC concept out to the Western audiences and the Hindus who've forgotten their background. So it's really directed towards professionals in professional organizations, and it's online, and we're preaching in that BBC way to newcomers. And that is all Maharaj's legacy, working for myself, Romog Leela, and many others. So Vishnu Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you so much, Amog Drishti Prabhu. Wonderful to hear you. And it's been a joy hearing all these wonderful pastimes of Maharaj in the early years when he inspired all of you. And coming from me, Prabhu, Maharaj had so much fondness for you. Manju Krishna Prabhu, your brother whom I never forget. Thank you for hosting us so wonderfully. We had good times and we hope to catch up again. And my pranams and pranams from all the devotees around the world to the London Yatra. Maharaj was so fond of all of you. And he used to say, they're closer to me than even disciples. They're like my grandchildren. So that was the beauty of it. Thank you, Prabhu. I'll continue with the next group of devotees coming up now. We have Sarveshwar Prabhu, who's staying up past midnight now in the US. So Sarveshwar Prabhu, you have been such a senior disciple of Maharaj. You have made so many wonderful offerings in your eloquent writings and commentaries and poetic way of praising Maharaj. I hope that you can spend a few minutes now glorifying him, Prabhu. Thank you for joining us today. Hare Krishna. Sarveshwar Prabhu, are you on?
Please raise your hand, Prabhu.
Sarveshwar Prabhu, if you're there, maybe you can raise your hand so that they can let you in. Do you see him, Prabhu? He's not there.
No, Prabhu.
No. Okay, maybe Vaishnava Prabhu, you give him a call. At the moment, can we call Aprameya Krishna Prabhu? You are there, Aprameya Prabhu, and you're also in the US. So perhaps you can come online now and make your offering. Prasanna Prabhu, you got him? Aprameya Prabhu?
Prabhu, I got it.
Okay.
Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Bol. Please, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Prabhu. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Mahavishnu Goswami Namine. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasate Starini. Dear Guru Maharaj, on this auspicious occasion of a 101st anniversary of your appearance day, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. As soon as I think of you, the very first word that comes to my mind is mercy. There have been numerous instances in my life where your mercy has rescued and blessed me. I clearly remember my last day at Rajkot after completing my engineering in year 2005. I was sitting next to you in front of our old temple office. I asked you if I could massage your feet, to which you mercifully allowed me to do so. While massaging, I was very much concerned and fearful to leave Rajkot. Radha Nilmadhav Dham, yours and Devotees Personal Association. I presented my concern and you pacified me by saying, quote, by grace of Lord Krishna, you will find the association of devotee, and if you do not, continue to seek shelter of Srila Prabhupada books. Thereafter, I shifted to Bharuch for my first job. Right away, I was able to find a very nice devotee and congregation. I actively participate in local preaching center activities and also was able to host a devotee and welcome devotee at my home. A similar concern was raised when I decided to leave India and move to the US. Again, due to your causeless mercy, I was able to find a wonderful devotee and congregation from day one of my landing, who helped me further nurture my devotional service till today. Also, whenever I travel around the globe due to my work, I was able to find a devotee in many different parts of the world, including a communist country like China. This has been only your mercy, Guru Maharaj. Guru Maharaj, it was unlimited mercy to give me your shelter after your short association in this life. It has helped me to continue my devotional service throughout my challenges in my life. Over the years, you have inspired my family members and relatives, and many of them have taken up Krishna consciousness seriously. It has helped them during many different and difficult phases in their life. And when I see them, I could see that your mercy is boundless. Guru Maharaj, Roshni and I are so thankful to you for blessing us with dear daughter Tarini Radhika, who is now almost 2 years of age. She has a nice inclination towards kirtan and worshipping deities. She gets very happy when see your picture, and she has learned to offer you pranams as well. When we ask her, where's Gurudev? She point to your picture. Guru Maharaj, you always mention that as a parent, we have to be living example for our children. So please give us the ability and enthusiasm to perform nice devotional service so that we can create a very nice Krishna conscious environment for our daughter. Guru Maharaj, this year I missed the personal association of devotee and performing service at Sri Sri Gaurnitai Temple in New Jersey due to global pandemic. However, it has created many more opportunity to virtually associate with our God siblings and other senior devotees. You'll be very pleased to know that the construction of new temple for Sri Sri Gaurnitai in New Jersey has started after many challenges. And now we are able to see 12 feet tall foundation was raising beautifully at the temple site. Please bless me so I continue to serve you, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Sri Radha Nilmadhav, and Sri Sri Gaurnitai. Guru Maharaj, you have unlimited love for Bhagavatam, and you always wanted your disciple to be well versed with Bhagavatam. I always felt that I have given priority to my work and family over serious study of Bhagavatam. Please forgive me for my laziness and ignorance. Please bless me so that I can take upon a serious study of Bhagavatam and put it into practice. As said by Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, if we take the shelter of lotus feet of spiritual master, we can become free from illusion, fear, and distress. If we wholeheartedly beg of his mercy without any deceit, then spiritual master bestowed all auspiciousness upon us. Thank you for bestowing all auspiciousness upon us, your ever grateful servant and your loving son, Aprameya Krishnadas. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Aprameya Prabhu. And of course, Dandavats to Roshni, Mataji, and the little one. I'm sure they're all there. She must be sleeping now. It's very late. I have good memories of staying with you and having wonderful association. And I pray, that you continue with your nice devotional service, Prabhu. Thank you for all the contributions you have made. Very grateful. And now we'd like to invite Sarveshwar Prabhu to come online so that he can make his offering to Maharaj also. Hare Krishna. Sarveshwar Prabhu, are you there? You have to unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay, now it's good.
Jai. Thank you for joining us, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Srila Gurudev Ji Maharaj ki jai.
Jai. Just last year we all met together and we remember you so much. So now
it has always been wonderful seeing you, and
so happy.
Just it makes my day, night, every moment.
Jai. Let us hear you now, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnanatimrindasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunamilitamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitamena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. I'm absolutely an unqualified person. I do not even know how to glorify your glorious glories. Even then, I have tried to put few words to express my feelings. Gurudev, I really didn't had enough moments or opportunities to spend with you. So I could not share a lot of events that has happened in the past in my life. So today I'm going to tell you that I have been an impersonalist for a long time. I wandered to so many impersonalist gurus here and there. Actually, I was being initiated also once through one impersonalist group, and I practiced many years there. But I was still searching something which I never found on those places. Suddenly, I met you, and just going through your 2 Bhagavad classes, you charmed me, you attracted me in such a way that I left all my past behind and took the shelter at your lotus feet. So today I just wanted to offer you what I had experienced with all other gurus and what I found in you that gave me some satisfaction that I'm at a right place, at a right shelter, and I will be definitely taken from here to your eternal lotus feet. So Maharaj, I'm going to recite one of the offerings which I wrote. Please accept it and bless me so that I can be your eternal servant forever. So this offering, Maharaj, is reflecting my wandering here and there through those different gurus, what qualities I observed there and what I was looking, and finally what I found. यदि को साचे सुख प्रति हो वही गंभीर, प्रामाणिक गुरु कहूँ शरण लेना युक्ति प्रवीर। प्रामाणिक गुरु योग्यता भागवत धर्म निष्णात, वेद शास्त्र निष्कर्ष कहूँ जानहि आचरहि सुहात। तथा अन्य कहूँ शास्त्रोक्ति करते तुष्टि प्रदान, भौतिकता कहूँ त्यागी जे शरण गहे भगवान। हे गुरुवर मो कहूँ रहो ना गुरु ना शास्त्र ही ज्ञान, तब हूँ करुणा करि किहु आपनी शरण प्रदान। हे गुरुवर तुहि आत्मिक ज्ञाना, भागवत धर्म माधुरता जाना। गो इंद्र न कहूँ स्वामी रहेहु, गोस्वामी पद रक्षित करेहु। सदगुरु वेद शास्त्र अनुसारा, जिन शिक्षण भागहि अंधकारा। असत माया सो हो छुटकारा, सत्य ज्ञान कहूँ हो उजियारा। कछु गुरु अस जिन कहूँ सत ज्ञाना, द्वैत भाव सो मुक्त सुजाना। मन धिय बानी मौन विचारा, शिष्य न पावहि लाभ सुचारा। दूसरी कोटि सोई ब्रह्म ज्ञानी, द्वैत भाव टूटहि दृढ़तानी। उनकहु प्रति जग शून्य प्रकारा, को प्रति न राखहि व्यवहारा। ऐसो गुरु पहि शिष्य न जाहि, आत्मोन्नति कहूँ आसन ल्याहि। निश्चित ये जो शास्त्र विचारा, भ्रमित रहूं अविवेक अधारा। हे गुरुवर यद्यपि अहं मूरख बस अज्ञान, कृष्ण कृपा कछु तो रही, दीनहु मोह पहि ध्यान। तोहि महापूरन रूप सो सतगुर लक्षण सरसान, शास्त्रोक्त उद्घोषणा जहि सदगुरु पहचान। हे गुरुवर दुर्भाग्यवश तव सत्संग सोहीन, पर जो कछु भी लहि सक्यूं दे स्फूर्ति नवीन। तुम्हारे ही जीवात्महि करुणा रही अपार, मन बानी अरु काय सो काट्यहु बद्ध विचार। तुम पारंगत शास्त्र विधाना, कथनी करनी एक समाना। रहु निमग्न परमानंदाना, सक्षम शिष्यों पार लगाना। तुम कहूँ गुरु अभिमान न होऊ, बांटहु निज दृढ़ अनुभव सोऊ। कृष्ण और संबंध बनायहु, भव जीवन विराग समुझायहु। शिष्य हूँ रंचन वांछा राख्यहु, वरु सेवन मधुबानी भाख्यहु। मान्यहु शिष्य ही पुत्र समाना, जानी आत्मवत प्रभु सम्माना। जीवन निर्वाह श्री हरि शरणाए, शिष्य शीश को बोझ न ढाए। भौतिक इच्छा ही ना धारे, मिलत जाई प्रारब्ध विचारे। सुख दुख हर्ष पीर सम हो, निज समुझऊ ना बिरला को। देखेऊ हरि जीवात्म ही सारे, सोई सीख शिष्य ही अनुसारे। परम शांति कहूँ आश्रय दाऊ, शांति शांति इन पद पहि पाऊ। हे जय सदगुरु पद पंकज, आश्रय ले बुद्धिमान। जदपि देह मारहि बरु, भव बंधन मुक्तान। हे भगवन मोरे हृदय, शरणागत भाव न आओ। किंतु आपकी कृपा कहूँ, जानऊ सहज स्वभाव। अतः भले दुर्बुद्धि प्रवर, किंतु दास हूँ तोर। तुम कहूँ तज नहीं अन्य पही, को आशा मोर। अब चाहे राखऊ शरण, चाहे राखऊ दूर। तव पद रज कहूँ लालसा, दास ही जीवन मूर। तव निर्देशन शीश धरी, करहूँ भागवत गान। हे प्रभु आशीर्वाद दें, पूर्ण करहूँ तब मान। शिला गुरुदेव जी महाराज की जय। योर इटर्नल सर्वेंट दासानुदास, सर्व ऐश्वर्य कृष्ण दास। शिला गुरुदेव जी महाराज की जय।
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Thank you so much. Maharaj was surely...
I have translated this in English also, and I have
Thank you.
given it to Kalchakra Prabhu, so that I know that a lot of things may not have come out. And I didn't read all of it. I left some of that because of the time constants that you have given to me.
Very kind. I'm sorry. At this rate, I will go to hell, but what to do? I have to keep everyone within certain time. But
Yeah.
thank you, Prabhu. Sarveshwar Prabhu, thank you very much. Keep us in your prayers as we keep you in ours also. So now we like to invite Swayam Spurti Prabhu, who is now online and sitting in Abu Dhabi. Prabhu has a meeting, so we are just cutting through the US and Canadian Yatra and requesting Swayam Spurti Prabhu to please speak now. Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Swayam Spurti Prabhu, can you hear me?
Yeah, Prabhu, I
Okay.
can hear you. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you.
On this auspicious day of Guru Maharaj Appearance Day, I offer my humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of Guru Maharaj. Krishna has got unlimited qualities, and similarly the pure devotees like Guru Maharaj has got unlimited qualities. In Srimad Bhagavatam, there is a verse which talks about one of the unlimited qualities of Guru Maharaj. So in glorification of Maharaj, I would like to recite that verse. This is Srimad Bhagavatam 6.1.16. Na tatha hi aghavan rajan puyeta tap adibhihi yatha krishnarpita prana tata purusha nishevaya. In this verse, Shukdev Goswami tells Parikshit Maharaj that one cannot be purified simply by performing austerities, penances, etc. The only way to purify oneself is the Tat Purusha Nishevya. Engage in the service of a pure devotee. And what kind of devotee? Krishna Arpita Prana. The devotee who has dedicated his life to serving Krishna. So from the life of Guru Maharaj, we see that his whole life was dedicated to serving Krishna. Maharaja's extensive travel all around the world, even in his old age, taking up the the decision, a voluntary service of manifesting two magnificent temples in Dwarka and Rajkot, getting up for Mangala Arati early morning, even few days before Maharaj's departure. These are all the qualities of Maharaj, or the symptoms that Maharaj whole life was dedicated to serving Krishna. And since Maharaj's whole life was dedicated to serving Krishna, he was always fearless. And Srila Prabhupada says in the purport that a devotee is unafraid wherever he is sent. So by Krishna and Srila Prabhupada's arrangement, Guru Maharaj was sent to Dwarka, and even though he was threatened by the Pandas, he remained fearless. When he came to Rajkot 20 years back, the land where we see the beautiful Shri Shri Radhanil Madhav temple, that piece of land was simply a jungle. But even in that place, Maharaj chose to stay alone. And when Maharaj was in Abu Dhabi, many times after massaging Maharaj's feet, I would expect that Maharaj would ask someone to stay in the room, because a couple of times Maharaj was seriously unwell. He had a breathing problem. But even in that situation, Maharaj asked everyone to leave the room, and he slept alone in the room because he was completely fearless. So this is one of the quality of Maharaj, one of the unlimited qualities of Maharaj, which I always remember, that whatever the situation may be, Maharaj always remained fearless. And I feel myself extremely fortunate that I had a fortune to serve a devotee. What Shukdev Goswami says, Krishna Arpita Prana, that who has dedicated his life to serving Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. And I pray to Guru Maharaj that he continue to engage us in his service, though we are not qualified to do so. And I like to thank Maharaj from the core of my heart for taking care of us and giving us more than what we deserve. Thank you, Maharaj. Srila Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Swami Shruti Prabhu, for speaking on behalf of the Abu Dhabi Yatra.
Yes.
Abu Dhabi Yatra is, for many years, a shining light for all of us. And all the devotees who were cultivated by you and inspired by Maharaj, they continue wherever they are in the world with strong preaching programs that would please Maharaj very much. Thank you so much, Prabhu, to you.
Thank you
And
so much.
pranams to Mataji and Vibhu and Mukund and everyone there. No? Mangla
Thank you so
also.
much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we'd like to invite from Canada. We're going to finish the US and Canadian hemisphere before we move over to the other parts of the world. We'd like to invite His Grace Vidyanidhi Prabhu, who used to be in Abu Dhabi, of course, and who's now in Canada. Vidyanidhi Prabhu, if you're there, we'd like to ask you to make your offering from Toronto. Hare Krishna. You'll have to unmute yourself, Vidyanidhi Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhuji. Can you hear me, Prabhuji?
Yes, we can hear you, Prabhu.
Okay. Thank you, Prabhuji. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimati Mahavishnu Goswami Niti Namine. Om Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshitarine. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisance on this auspicious day of Vyasapuja. Maharaj, life is always full of ups and downs, and we have only one hope, that you will pick us every time we are falling down. Maharajji, you have always cared for us like a loving father and grandfather. Although I could not follow all the instructions 100%,
like my most God siblings are following your instructions 100%, you still kept me under your shelter. I have always experienced in my life, whenever we have had any anxiety, you had given us the answers even without asking every time we approach you in person or via phone call. Maharaji, I always feel very grateful that you accepted Radhika and I as your disciples. I could not understand some of your instructions 18 years ago, and now I realize that the true meaning of those instructions. Now I feel you always knew everything about our future. There are many incidents I have experienced in my life, and I can relate them to your instructions you have given us that time. There are numerous incidents in my life wherein I felt that you were personally present with us, protecting me and guiding us throughout. I always feel very fortunate that I got your association many times. You taught us how to read the verses, how to behave, how to live in a family life, how to behave with the children, how to behave with the parents and society. I still remember many times in Abu Dhabi, while you were taking prasadam, you will ask me to read Srimad Bhagavatam, and every time I make a mistake in reading, you will correct me very lovingly. Those are my precious memories. Maharaji, I always remember your narration on Srimad Bhagavatam, verse 10, 21, 5, and somehow or other I took this to my heart. बर्हापीडं नटवरवपुः कर्णयोः कर्णिकारं बिभ्रद्वासा कनककपिशं वेजन्ती च मालम् रन्ध्रार्वेणोर् अदरसुदया पूरयन् गोपवृन्दैर् वृन्दारण्यं स्वपदरमणं प्राविश गीतकीर्तिः. Wearing a peacock feather ornament upon his head, blue karinakar of flowers on his ears, a yellow garment as brilliant as gold, and the Vajanti garland, Lord Krishna exhibited his transcendental form as the greatest of dancers as he entered in the forest of Vrindavan, beautifying it with the marks of his footprints. He filled the holes of his flute with the nectar of his lips, and the cowherd boys sang his glories. You have always told us bhakti or devotional service is very simple. Do not make it complicated. Your narration on this verse was so wonderful, I took this to my heart. While reciting this word, you had a pure vibration on your tongue, even at an advanced age. Many of us could not recite the words with that vibration even till now. I try to take the shelter of these words, and at an appropriate time, with your mercy, we welcome the Lordship of Shri Radha Kishori Vallabhji at my home in the presence of His Grace Devaki Nandan Prabhuji. Maharaj, on this auspicious Vyasapuja day, I humbly beg you to always keep me in the service of your lotus feet and always bless me so that I can render the service to Shri Radha Kishori Vallabhji. Your humble servant, Vidyanidhi Krishna Das, Radhika Devi Dasi, Mukunda Krishna, and Rishabh Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so
Prabhuji.
much, Vidyanidhi Krishna Prabhu. And thank you for giving us wonderful darshan of Sri Sri Radha Kishori Vallabhji. So beautiful
you.
deities. Jai. Thank you. And I know it must be really late there for you. So thank you for staying
It's
up
at 2
also.
a.m. right now.
Yeah, so you're just a few hours away from Mangala Aarti now. So
Yes,
you might as well
Prabhuji.
stay up now.
Yes,
We
Prabhuji.
have, thank you, Prabhu. We have one more very wonderful devotee who's also in Toronto and who, works so nicely with Vidyanidhi Prabhu. Together, they are flying the flag of Guru Maharaj in Toronto, Canada. And that's Paripurna Krishna Prabhu. Paripurna Krishna Prabhu originally was from Trivandrum when he met Maharaj. And his has been a wonderful journey. From Trivandrum, he's now based and settled in Toronto. And recently, since he was in Toronto, his preaching and speaking of Bhagavatam has really endeared itself to so many devotees. So much so that, he's also actively involved in actually running and nurturing devotees and taking care of a congregation. Vidyanidhi Prabhu is equally active. He's always had an affinity for Pujari service. He has taken variety of services there, including being Chief Pujari, temple services, and we are really fortunate to have the association. Paripurna Prabhu, if you're on, then it would be nice to hear you now, Prabhu. Can we hear him? Let me see.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Paripurna Prabhu, Hare Krishna. Prabhu, I'm seeing you this way. Is there any way to turn you? Yeah. No,
that
now,
okay?
yes, now it's perfect. Haribol. Nice to
Hare
see you,
Krishna.
Prabhu.
Hare
Please,
Krishna.
please offer your wonderful offering to Maharaj now. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Mahavishnu Goswami iti namne. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namne. Namaste Saraswate Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Deshatarani. Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyayevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Dear Maharaj, on this wonderful occasion and most auspicious occasion of your Vyasapuja Day, I feel extremely unqualified and incapable of glorifying you. However, your most beloved disciples like Devaganandan Prabhu, Vaishnava Seva Prabhu, and all others have encouraged me to speak. I've got very little association from you, dear Maharaj. However, I have got a lot of association of yourself from your beloved gurus or your beloved disciples, like this wonderful disciple, and mostly Vidyanidhi Prabhu. Always filled my ears with your glories and nectarian pastimes. So I always get your association through your disciples. I'm very happy for that. And today also I get this opportunity because of the mercy, and I'm empowered and encouraged by the inspiration of your dear disciples. And with that blessings, I make a humble effort to glorify you, dear Maharaj. I was planning to read my offering, which I've already written, but by hearing your lecture an hour before, I just wanted to share a small incident happened exactly 1 year before the same time when I was doing your 100th Vyasapuja Vyasapuja offering. I was fanning to you, and I was reciting Sri Guru Charana Padma, and I was thinking about the glories of you. And I was just having a dream kind of a feeling. I was just thinking that I am actually going to Goloka. I'm reached Goloka, and I reached there. I entered the place, and I can see a lot of things happening. It's very hurry-burry over there. A lot of people are doing a lot of service. Gopas are running around, the gopis and manjaris, and everybody was doing there. And I could see Kirtan going on, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu there. I could see Srila Prabhupada there, and nobody was recognizing me. I was just thinking like I was like Gopakumar. When Gopakumar comes into Goloka, everybody was waiting Krishna. And I was also reading. I also read that Krishna will wait you in the doorsteps of Golok Vrindavana to accept you, to welcome you. Nothing was happening to me. And I was just thinking like, what's going on? Nobody recognized me. Even Srila Prabhupada didn't recognize me. None of the devotees there recognized me. I was just walking, and I was just like a stranger there, not knowing what to do. And all of a sudden from there, somebody caught hold of my hand and just said like, finally you came. And that was you, Maharaj. And you just recognized me out of so many millions of devotees. You recognized me, and you just caught off my hand, and you just took me to Srila Prabhupada, and you introduced me to Srila Prabhupada, saying that this is an insignificant person taken your shelter, Srila Prabhupada. And you're so humble that you introduced me, taken your shelter of Srila Prabhupada, even though you have given me the shelter. And with that, even Krishna didn't recognize me. I was totally, completely, devastated, just thinking that, the only person who could recognize me and give some benefit for my insignificant devotion service was you only. Even when I go to Golok Vrindavan, the only person who will recognize me is the only person who can introduce me to Srila Prabhupada and the entire devotees and even to Krishna is you. And you are there. And I was just thinking, Chakshudan Diloje Janme Janme Prabhu say, and the words came true. And I was thinking, it is true. Wherever I go, be it Golok, I don't know how long it'll take for me to go to Golok or reach there. But even if I go to hellish conditions, you will be there, I believe. But I strongly believe I don't have to go there. Why? Because even though I'm equally qualified, or I'm more qualified to go to Golok, go to hellish planets, just because I have taken your shelter, I will not have to go, is what I'm strongly believe, because you are a pure devotee of Krishna. Just because I've taken shelter of the lotus feet, I will be going to Golok Vrindavan someday or other, based on my purity or based on devotion service. But when I come there, I strongly believe, and I was in tears when I was just fanning you, Maharaj, and I was thinking, like, the only person who will recognize me will be you, and you will be the one who will be actually, always eternally, my master for life after life. And you are actually saying that, Maharaj, in the lecture before, you're saying, like, Atma Vasher Vidhe Atma Prasadam Adhigachadi. How the person who is actually Vidhe Atma, who is actually taken shelter of the Lord, and in this case, taken shelter of your lotus feet, will get prasadam, will get the mercy. And I totally believe, and the more I realize this, I totally, and more I believe in this costless mercy, and I believe in the blessings, Maharaj. So, Maharaj, I just wanted to offer our preaching happening in Stofel Yatra. In the last 2 years, we've been doing in a very humble way of giving Krishna consciousness to our local devotees here, local members here. Most importantly, teaching the kids, Maharaj. So the Prahlad school is there. We have almost 30 kids having classes in every Friday and Saturday. And we have almost more than 25 families, which is participating in our regular satsang and Bhagavad Gita and the Krishna Katha classes. This is completely by your mercy, as nothing from my side or any of our side. Every year on a Vyasapuja day, I offer this yatra on your lotus feet, just thinking that it's nothing of my own. It's completely your costless mercy. So please bless us, Maharaj, so to continue and serve in the movement of Srila Prabhupada, and eternally accept me as your insignificant, humble servant. From Paripurna Krishna Das and Atukshaja Priya Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Paripurna Prabhu. It's so exciting to hear that you're teaching the children, and this will really please Maharaj so much. Thank you so much for that. We are going to start with New Zealand now, and we have on standby Amrish Prabhu. Amrish Prabhu, are you there? Amrish Prabhu has been running the Auckland Yatra for many years, and he's been doing an amazing job of preaching and spreading Krishna consciousness, a very loyal servant of Guru Maharaj. Amrish Prabhu, if you're there, please come on. And after that, we will have Jagjeevan Prabhu from Wellington. So, Amrish Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Very happy to see you, Prabhu. I know it is already night there. And so I don't want to keep the New Zealand Yatra too long, for that. So please continue, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Hare Krishna. It was so wonderful. First of all, wishing you and all the devotees a very happy Vyasapuja of Guru Maharaj. And thank you very much, Prabhuji, Devakinandan Prabhu, for organizing this whole event, big festival, where all the devotees can participate from around the world. And so also with you, Vaishno Seva Prabhu, working hand in hand, giving opportunity to everyone to make the most of this very wonderful association. And also the devotees in the background who worked out all this technology and running around the world, and also devotees of Rajkot Yatra, the very dearest to Guru Maharaj, who worked tirelessly during these events and festivals. So thank you very much to all of you, and my humble obeisances to all Vaishnavas assembled here. The realizations you have given is very inspiring. Thank you very much, and more also will be coming. As we know, we've got Maharaj's glories are unlimited, and in that unlimited glories, we have to somehow or other compress our feelings with our incapacity in few words and in few minutes. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly read through my offering, which is about 3.5, 4 pages, and I'll read it. So hopefully I'll be able to narrate this within the time frame and without me trying to do anything extraordinary things. Okay, Jai Hare Krishna. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Mahavishnu Goswami Niti Namine. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Jai Shri Gurudev Ki Jai. Jagat Guru Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Shri Gurudev's Transcendental Vyasapuja Mahotsav Ki Jai. 101 2020. Today we celebrate Shri Gurudev's Transcendental Vyasapuja, when the whole world is facing an unprecedented, precarious condition of world pandemic. Human beings have never experienced such worldwide lockdowns as we have experienced in this year, 2020. Srila Gurudev would repeat the transcendental words of Srila Prabhupada while describing living conditions in this material world, that it is not worth living for a gentleman. Maharaj would lovingly teach us to ignore all material conditions while performing our devotional service. I remember in the year 2008-2009, when the world was going through financial crisis, there's always a crisis going on, Maharaj asked me only once, how are things in New Zealand? And that was also a passing question. This is how Maharaj taught me not to be unduly bothered about the changing material conditions around us. As Maharaj would say, bhakti is transcendental. No one can artificially control bhakti or limit bhakti. Before departing from this mortal world, Maharaj had instructed all of us that if you follow my instructions nicely, then you will experience my presence more intensely than before. Maharaj are certainly keeping this important promise given to all of us. In fact, Maharaj has become more lenient towards us while showing this special favor. This year, Maharaj has shown special mercy on us by giving us very unique realizations in our bhakti life and our preaching endeavors. It is impossible for me to directly understand Lord Krishna, to know him, to understand his activities, his philosophy, and that is why I try to take shelter of the purport of the verse in Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 9, chapter 4, verse 33, which gives a small hope, an outside chance for a fool like myself to serve and please Shri Radha and Krishna. This verse is Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Aham Bhakta Paradhino Hiyasvatantra Eva Dvija साधुभिर्ग्रस्त हृदयो भक्तैर्भक्त जना प्रियः. The translation: the Supreme Personality of Godhead said to the Brahmana, I am completely under the control of my devotees. Indeed, I am not at all independent. Because my devotees are completely devoid of material desires, I sit only within the cores of their hearts. What to speak of my devotee? Even those who are devotees of my devotee are very dear to me. This promise of Lord Krishna, what to speak of my devotee? Even those who are devotees of my devotee are very dear to me, is my only hope. And this I have personally experienced. In this verse, our dear Lord states his position and the position of his pure devotees. The Lord says, Bhakta paradhinaha. I am dependent on the will of my devotees, he says. Asvatantraha. He says, I am not independent. Bhakta janapriyaha. I am dependent only on my devotee, I am dependent not only on my devotee, but also on my devotee's devotee. That is, the devotee's devotee is extremely dear to me. Here the Lord also states the qualification of someone who can capture his attention. He says he is captured by sadhu bhihi. Hello? Is technology disturbing me? Sorry. That's Siri suddenly. She's also interested from my phone. What's happening here? Devotees, devotee. So sadhu bhihi, by pure devotees who are completely free from all material desires, like Srila Gurudev. And grasta hrudayaha. Lord says, my heart is controlled by them. So Lord Krishna similarly states in verses in Srimad Bhagavatam in the 11th canto, chapter 19, verse 20 to 24, wherein he says, Mad Bhakta Puja Bhyadhika, where he says Mat means mine, Bhakta means of the devotees, Puja, worship, Abhyadhika, preeminent. Now, Srila Prabhupada states in his transcendental purport, the words Mad Bhakta Puja Bhyadhika are significant in this verse. Abhyadhika indicates superior quality. The Lord is extremely satisfied with those who offer worship to his pure devotees, and he rewards them accordingly. Because of the Lord's generous appraisal of his pure devotees, worship of his pure devotees is described as superior to worship of the Lord himself. This shows the magnanimous nature of Lord Krishna and also states the exalted position of Srila Gurudev. Every day, I count my blessings of having been given shelter of such a great sadhu bhihi. Receiving this shelter is not by my qualification, but only by the extreme causeless mercy of Shri Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Gurudev. It is stated in the Padma Puran and is referred in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela 11.31. The Lord Shiva narrates to his wife, Parvati, Aradhananam sarvesham, Aradhananam sarvesham, Vishnor aradhanam param, Tasmat parataram devi, Tadiyanam samarchanam. Lord Shiva told Goddess Durga, my dear Devi, although the Vedas recommend worship of demigods, the worship of Lord Vishnu is topmost. However, above the worship of Lord Vishnu is a rendering of service to Vaishnavas who are related to Lord Vishnu. Srila Gurudev knows the precarious condition I have put myself in this material world. And that is why Maharaj are very merciful to me and my family, tolerating all shortcomings and incompetences in executing our devotional service towards Srila Gurudev. And as a true representative of Lord Krishna, Maharaj gives us unconditional shelter. As Lord Krishna promises in his Bhagavad Gita, Srila Gurudev, as a true representative of the Lord, practically demonstrate this promise of the Lord to us. This in the most confidential knowledge, chapter 9, verse 22. Ananyas chintayanto mam ye janaha parupasate tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. But those who worship me with devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and preserve what they have. And not only this, every devotee in our outreach programs feels sheltered by Srila Gurudev. And that is the true test of our outreach activities. Before I finish, I would like to mention one very important event that has taken place. Also, by the extreme causeless mercy of Srila Gurudev, Srila Gurudev's disciples in Auckland, His Grace Avinash Krishna Prabhu and his good wife, Her Grace Saraswati Mataji, have given the use of one of their house to Srila Gurudev's preaching programs, the trust that we have in Auckland, New Zealand. Please bless us, Srila Gurudev, so that we can utilize this wonderful facility provided by these wonderful devotees in advancing the various outreach programs, endeavors under the exclusive direction of Srila Gurudev. On this auspicious day, I pray at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, Shri Nitai Gaur Chandra, Shri Nrsingadev, Shri Rukmini Dwarkadhish, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra, Shri Sitaram Lakshman and Hanuman, and Shri Radha Neela Madhav, that please bless me and my family so that we can intensify our bhakti to Shiva towards Srila Gurudev with our every breath and make our human life perfect. Your unqualified but loyal servant, Ambarish Das, Auckland, New Zealand. Jai. Srila Gurudev Vyasapuja Mahotsav ki Jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavida ki Jai. Nitai Gaurchanda Premanande. Hari Hari Bol. Hari.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ambarish Prabhu. Very nice to hear you and missing your association, you know. I'm seeing where you're seated, and I remember this space in your house. So please take care, Prabhu. And it's very exciting news. Yeah, I'm waiting to come.
Everything is the same way as you left.
Jai. I pray. Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you. We have with us now His Grace Jagjivan Prabhu, who heads the ISKCON Wellington Yatra in New Zealand. Prabhu organized a wonderful and successful 7-day Bhagavad Saptaha many years ago in Wellington that Maharaj attended. I remember Swayam Jyoti Prabhu from London, whom we'll hear later, myself and a few other devotees. We enjoyed association and we were inspired by Jagjivan Prabhu. Jagjivan Prabhu, thank you for joining us. You are probably in the temple now. Please make your offerings to Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Namaom Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutle Srimati Mahavishnu Goswami iti namane. Namaom Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutle Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namane. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshuralitamena Tasmai Shri Guruve Nama. Mukam Karoti Vachalam Panghum Langhate Grim Yat Kripa Tamham Bande Shri Guru Dinakarinam. Guru Maharaj Please accept my humble obeisance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. 2020, Maharaj, has been a very, very challenging year for most of the devotees around the world. In the process, we have lost some very dear disciples of Srila Prabhupada. So my humble prayers to Srila Prabhupada to please give their mercy to all those devotees. I would like to share, Maharaj, some of the developments for 2020 for the benefit of the devotees around the world. Wellington went through a bit of a struggle for 2020, Maharaj, like everywhere else. But in this struggle, we managed to fulfill your desire to open temples, restaurants, higher taste in Auckland, which in itself was a huge achievement. This is only possible because of your guidance and because of your continued blessings on the devotees in Wellington. Over the years, you have given us some wonderful disciples of yours. At the big mention, the huge contribution that Sachidanandas is making to the development in Wellington. So we are very, very grateful. It was challenging for the sense, Maharaj, that I had to tender my resignation as the temple president. And in doing so, my desire was to unite the group in Wellington, which is divided. But it was not the desire that the Gaunitai or the Lordship here wanted, and finally I was restated in the position. And it is now our dream to continue to fulfill your desires, Maharaj. You wanted to have a proper temple built in Wellington. Wellington being the capital, you also wanted Ram Darbar to be installed. And that is what we are endeavoring at the moment. But more so for the devotees, Maharaj, I would like to say a few things as well in regard to the period that we have gone through. Obviously, the entire world has been celebrating Christmas. Christmas, from my understanding, is the month of Krishna. Christ stands for Krishna and Mass stands for month. So like we had Kartik Mass where we were celebrating the month of Radharani, Christmas is regarded as the month of Lord Krishna. And Christmas stands for giving rather than receiving. And I do remember you telling me one time that in giving is receiving. So I would like to highlight or thank you, Maharaj, for what you have given us. To start with, two wonderful temples of Dwarka and Rajkot. Maharaj, for many years, the question that was going through my mind was, I can understand Dwarka because Krishna's Leela was associated with Dwarka, but when it comes to Rajkot, I was wondering why Maharaj would want to build such a huge temple in Rajkot. Only in recent times have I realized that this was purely the mercy of Radharani and Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna always wants to glorify his devotees. And you in particular, Maharaj, you have dedicated your entire life in the service of Lord Krishna and Radharani. When I was at the opening of the Rajkot temple, I read somewhere that it was also going to be known as the glory of Saurashtra. For me, I think I would call it the glory of His Holiness Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj. And Lord Krishna has done this to glorify you, a wonderful devotee who has dedicated his life
in the service of the Lord. But not only that, Maharaj, you have given us so much. Diamond-like devotees. And let me mention few names here. Devaki Nandana Prabhu, Vaishno Seva Prabhu, Kala Chakra Prabhuji, Amrish Maharaj, and so many others that have dedicated their life in saving you. I would just like to say, Maharaj, that I'm really, really sorry and I seek forgiveness because of the commitment I had in Wellington as the manager, as the temple president. I was never been able to save your disciples, and especially towards the building of the Rajkot temple. I'm seeking forgiveness, but I'm rest assured that because the management is in such a wonderful hands of Vaishno Seva Prabhu and Devaki Nandana Prabhu, developments there is going so wonderfully, and we are very, very grateful to you, Maharaj, for gifting us such wonderful disciples. At the end, Maharaj, I would just like to say that I'm eternally indebted to all these devotees for saving you, Maharaj, so wonderfully. Please give me an opportunity that at some stage I will be able to be of some service to you. Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you for always being there for us and for all your disciples. Shri Guru Maharaj ki jai. Sri Sri Rukmani Dwarkadhish ki jai. Sri Sri Radha Nil Madhav ki jai. Anant Koti Vaishnavind ki jai. Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari.
Thank you very much, Jagjivan
Thank you,
Prabhu.
Maharaj. Thank you, Dekunandar Prabhu.
Jai, thank you. It's so nice to take darshan. This must be the temple, isn't it, Prabhu?
Yeah, Prabhu, it is.
It is. Thank you. So now we have Gopal Krishna Prabhu, who's in Auckland, but for many years was in Chennai, who worked very hard, especially for the opening of the temple. I think Punendu Prabhu and Gopal Krishna Prabhu did not sleep for many days because they were handling the most difficult services, housing, accommodation. So Gopal Krishna Prabhu, if you're on,
I didn't sleep even after. I didn't even sleep after that, Prabhu.
Gopal Krishna Prabhu, please, it's all yours, to offer to Maharaj. I think you're on mute, Prabhu, or I can't hear you. Okay, can anyone hear Prabhu? I can't hear him.
No.
No, Prabhu, we are unable to hear him.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Hari Hari Bol. Nice to see you, Prabhu. Please,
Yeah,
please.
same here. So nice to see you all. And this time it's a virtual meeting and not a physical meeting.
I know.
But at least we had this meeting, which is so nice.
Exactly.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you.
Please
So
carry on.
Before I start my offering, I would definitely like to say thank you to Devaki Prabhu, thank you to Vaishna Seva Prabhu, and Viraj Krishna Prabhu, Kalachakra Prabhu, for actually guiding me all these years to actually understand on how to serve Maharaj. And I'm trying my best to see in whatever way I can serve Maharaj. So I'll begin our offering, which is on my behalf and behalf of Prasanna Lakshmi. Hare Krishna, dear Maharaj. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale, Shri Mahavishnu Goswami Iti Namine. Please accept our humble obeisances and your lotus feet, Maharaj, on this auspicious occasion of your Vyasapuja celebration. On this glorious occasion, we are grateful to you for once again giving us this opportunity to glorify your unlimited transcendental qualities with our very limited abilities. Actually, last year, when we decided to come to Rajkot, we had booked the tickets, and because of some personal development, we had to cancel all those tickets. And we did not realize that Maharaj was actually protecting us. because what happened was after we canceled the tickets, we realized that on Jan 16th, we would have been in Beijing in the peak of the pandemic. And at that time, New Zealand and China all had closed their borders. So I didn't really know that I would be in Beijing and I would be stuck in this pandemic, which was at its peak in China. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for protecting us. We were very disappointed for having canceled the tickets, but later on we realized that you actually so nicely protected us. So in 2018, when we decided to come to New Zealand, I was not sure whether I should come to New Zealand, and I was looking for answers. And I was telling Devaki Prabhu, I'm not getting any answers from Maharaj. So then at the last moment, I asked Maharaj, really, if you're there, you help me, and in your typical way, you actually gave me the answer through the pages of Bhagavatam from first canto, 11th chapter. And when I went through that chapter, I got the answer and I shared it with Devaki Prabhu, and I was amazed. Of course, Devaki Prabhu knew all the while that Maharaj's transcendental qualities, but I was not very sure. And when Maharaj communicated this, I was at peace of mind, and then we took the decision and we said, okay, we are going now. And we are here in New Zealand. And 2020 has been an year of unparalleled difficulties for all of us, and which all the devotees have been mentioning, and not to mention of us specifically. Critical health issues have been haunting us for the most of the year. But despite all these difficulties, there was one common thread which connected us all through and helped us to keep our heads above water. It was and has always been your quality of compassion, Maharaj. There were many days when we were completely bewildered with our situation and were in complete darkness about our future. But we gained strength through your practical day-to-day instructions, very simple instructions. And we could muster enough courage to face the onslaughts by executing those simple instructions, taking one day at a time. We still remember the day in 2003, Maharaj, when we had your darshan of all the places in the place down under at New Zealand, verily confirming the point stated in verse number 10.8.4 from Srimad Bhagavatam, which is Mahad Vichalam Nrinam Grihinam Dina Chetasam Nishre Yasaya Bhagavan Kalpate Nanyatha Kvachet. Translation: O my Lord, O great devotees, persons like you move from one place to another, not for their own interest, but for the sake of poor-hearted Grihastha householders. Otherwise, they have no interest in going from one place to another, which is so true. And I never expected that I'll be meeting you in New Zealand. Your transcendental darshan was then followed by a quality of compassion, by which you initiated all our family members as your disciples, including Supriya, who was one of your youngest disciples at that time. In the purport to verse 6.151 of Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada writes, Parikshit Maharaj was astonished that the living entities in the conditional stage do not accept a path of liberation, devotional service, instead of suffering in so many hellish conditions. This is the symptom of a Vaishnava. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha. A Vaishnava is an ocean of mercy. Para dukkha dukhi. He is unhappy because of the unhappiness of others. Therefore, Parikshit Maharaj, being compassionate toward the conditioned souls suffering in hellish life, suggested that Shukadeva Goswami continue describing the path of liberation, which he had explained in the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam. Similarly, when you initiated us, Maharaj, there were no forms to be filled, no exams to be passed, no certificates to be achieved, and no personal secretaries to be pleased. Just your pure compassion on fallen souls like us. Recently, when I was reading Srimad Bhagavatam, we came across a verse, 3:29:17, which very nicely summarizes your exalted position. The verse is like this: Mahatam bahumanena dinanam anukampaya maitriya chaivatma tulyeshu vamanena niyamena cha. Translation: the pure devotee should execute devotional service by giving the greatest respect to the spiritual master and the acharyas. He should be compassionate to the poor and make friendship with persons who are his equals. But all his activities should be executed under the regulation and with control of the senses. In his transcendental purport, Srila Prabhupada mentions, A devotee should also be compassionate to the poor. This does not refer to those who are poverty-stricken materially. According to devotional vision, a man is poor if he is not in Krishna consciousness. Maharaj, you lived every word of this verse in your life. And because of your compassion, poor conditional souls like us have hope for our future. To the best of our abilities, Maharaj, we are trying to be Krishna conscious. Though bhakti is very easy to follow, for conditional souls like us, it is very difficult, as we are caught in too many trappings of this material world. And more so, because our minds are complicated, with full of concoction about everything that we come in touch with. Though it is our 17th year in Krishna consciousness, we feel we have not even made a start. But considering our situation, we feel a sense of urgency and believe it's high time we shake off our complacent attitude and do not take your causeless compassion for granted. We end our insignificant offering by seeking your forgiveness, following the footsteps of Lord Brahma, as stated in the verse 10.14.10, for all the offenses we have committed at your lotus feet, Maharaj. Atha kshamasva rajo bhuvo hiyajanatastvat pritag ishamaninaha ajavale pandatamo anda chakshusha esho anukampyo mayinathavan iti. Translation: Therefore, O infallible Lord, kindly excuse my offenses. I have taken birth in the mode of passion, and I am therefore simply foolish, presuming myself a controller, independent of your lordship. My eyes are blinded by the darkness of ignorance, which causes me to think of myself as the unborn creator of the universe. But please consider that I am your servant, and therefore worthy of your compassion. Srila Vishwanatha Chakravarti Thakura explains in his commentary to the verse, Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14, that Brahma wanted to present the following argument to the Lord. My dear Lord, because I have acted so badly, I certainly deserve to be punished. On the other hand, because I am so ignorant, you should consider me an innocent fool and be merciful to me. Thus, although I deserve both punishment and forgiveness, I humbly beg you to exercise tolerance in this matter and simply forgive me and show me your mercy. Actually, Maharaj, you reciprocated. When we came to New Zealand, you sent the beautiful deities which were presented by the Chennai congregation. And at that time, we had not named the deities. And as we came via Singapore, we had the good fortune of associating with Devaki Prabhu and family. And Devaki Prabhu very nicely named the deities as Radha Madana Gopal. And I still remember you actually once in one of the lectures in Auckland, you came down from upstairs and I was sitting in the congregation and you just looked at me and said, Gopal Krishna, don't be arrogant, you know. And it's not a coincidence that the deities have been named by Devaki Prabhu as Madana Gopal. That is, just to make sure that I get rid of the arrogance in me. So I beg for your mercy, and I hope that I'll be able, by your mercy, to change myself and be able to follow your instructions in future. Thank you, Maharaj. Your insignificant servants, Gopal Krishna Das and Prasanna Lakshmi Devi Das. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj Gurudev ki Jai.
Gopal Krishna Prabhu, thank you so much, Prabhu. And I think you're giving us darshan, isn't it, of Radha Madana Gopal from here?
Yes, we have the deities in the back and
Jai. So beautiful. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you so much.
Now we have the last devotee from New Zealand, Surya Chandra Prabhu. After that, we'll have His Grace Viraj Krishna Prabhu. And then we'll finish the southern hemisphere of countries, New Zealand and Australia. So can we have Surya Chandra Prabhu coming on board now? Surya Chandra Prabhu, are you there? Surya Chandra Prabhu has done immense, service to the temple in such a quiet and humble manner. And he has given so much of his time and effort in Rajkot. Thank you so much for all that. If you're on, Prabhu, please, you can unmute yourself and maybe have a video so that we can all see you and welcome you to the program today. Hare Krishna. Good to see you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Dandat Pranam, Prabhu.
Dhanyavad. Please continue, Prabhu.
Well, thank you very much, Devakinandan Prabhu and Vaishnavasa Prabhu, for allowing me to speak about Guru Maharaj on this glorious day. So that's so nice to be with you, all of you. I will start my offering soon, but I was quite inspired by all the offerings I so far heard. And I must say honestly, what I will be speaking is like a glowworm in front of all the sons I have heard. So it's wonderful. Now I will start my offering, which should not take more than 3-4 minutes. So what? Just a minute. Sorry, Prabhu. Okay. Om Adnyana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalaka Chakshunvitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. My dear Shila Gurudev, I humbly beg at your lotus feet to accept my most humble obeisances on this very auspicious, your 101 Vyasapuja day. Maharaj, every year we look forward to come to our home at Rajkot for your darshan, attending your glorious Vyasapuja celebration, and receive association of my wonderful and kind God siblings. I'm feeling empty today, as this year I'm unable to be present physically at Radha Anil Madhav Dham in Rajkot due to the current Kali Yuga problems. I make some small change in my offering. Before this offering started, I could get a nice darshan of Maharaj's Samadhi. That was really wonderful. And the most important, I saw most of the devotees sitting there. So now, Maharaj, I was feeling really too empty, but maybe the intensity is reduced now because I saw all of them. And the most important, I'm missing the Rajkot winter because I could see some of them wearing the caps, the beanie caps. So I'm feeling much better now after seeing all the wonderful devotees at the Rajkot temple. Maharaj, in the current pandemic situation, it was advised not to go in public places and to meet public. But in spite of such odds, all the wonderful devotees in Rajkot temple, under the expert guidance of your wonderful disciples, His Grace Vaishnava Seva Prabhu, Prasannatma Prabhu, were distributing prasadam to the needy people around Rajkot. A common person might think that where they got this kindness, fearlessness, and steady determination. The answer is, since they have taken full shelter at your lotus feet and the Bhagavatam, you have instilled the fearlessness, kindness, and friendliness in them. And friendliness to all non-devotees, because they are distributing prasadam to the unknown places in the very unapproachable area, to the needies. You have said before in your melo dated 16th of December, just recently, that always help non-devotees without expectations. They will eventually see that we are different and will attribute it to us being devotee of the Lord, and thereby they will be attracted to Lord Krishna. So true. They're exactly following your instruction, Maharaj. Maharaj, you have said that we should distribute prasadam to everyone. If you can't give anyone, please at least give the sugar to the ants. This is very true. And with that particular mood and your instruction, following your instruction and following Rajkot devotees' footsteps, Maharaj, recently my family started doing prasad distribution on Sundays in our area by keeping the prasadam boxes outside of our house. Not only the passing people started enjoying the prasadam, but so also the pukeko birds, which are usually outside of my house, they were also trying to open the prasadam boxes by using their claws and beaks. Wonderful. Prasadam melts everybody's hearts. That's my experience. But I will tell you some small incident, Maharaji. In front of my house, there is like a walking path or like a biker's path. So a lot of people and pedestrians, they always go every morning with the dogs and whatever cats. There are two ladies, they always go very regularly in front of my house. And they were giving the food or throwing the foods in front of my house to the birds. And lots of birds were flocking in front of my house, and some sort of trouble started because there are tulsi plants and so other plants, and they were coming everywhere near the house, and all the droppings and everything. So I humbly requested them one day that would you please shift a place, maybe if there is further place, there is another ground, maybe you can give the food to the birds. And somehow they refused to do that. So many months gone, and just few days before, one lady out of those two ladies just walked straight towards my house. I was doing some work in the garden, and she came to me and said, "Oh, thank you so much for the nice food you gave that day." I said, "Sorry, I didn't get it." She said, "Well, I collected one box from your that small table you kept in front of your house, and that was a very nice food. We enjoyed it." And it was a nice talk. She talked with me for 5-10 minutes. She talked about my father, that we haven't seen him, whether he's in India or everywhere. She was asking many questions. And then I noticed, wow, the prasadam really changed, because last few days, we didn't see the ladies distributing some bread to the birds in front of my house. And I thought maybe they're gone out of Auckland or somewhere on holidays. But it's not. The reality is they tasted the prasadam and totally changed their thinking. So Maharaj, prasadam really works. And that wasn't my intention, but I was trying to distribute prasadam so that someday one soul will come to Krishna consciousness. So Gurudev, we are really trying to follow your instructions in our limited capacity. You spend your every moment with Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. Your every melo talks about the same, and your every instruction tells us the importance of scrutinizingly studying and implementing the scriptures in our life. I have to be very honest, due to my weaknesses, I find it very difficult to implement your instructions in practice, even few. Gurudev, I will try to follow your every instruction sincerely and will ensure not to lose my focus towards my duties. As I'm getting aged every day passing, I feel extremely criminal that I have wasted so much of time without scrutinizing the studying Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. I do not want to waste my time any further. I will ensure to get more attached with the Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, and get slowly detached from my current material activities. You have shown us the path how to lead a successful spiritual life via Vani, and also through your sincere and dedicated disciples. And it is my duty to follow this sincerely and follow the disciples with the same mood. 2 years before, His Grace Devakinandan Prabhuji visited Auckland, which gave us the feeling that Sakshat, you have come to see us. That was the best part of my life, to receive association of Devakinandan Prabhu in New Zealand and learn from him about your teachings. Please keep showering this mercy upon us by sending your wonderful representative to awaken this sleeping soul like me. Your transcendental melos are simply eye-opening, or they are like panel beating in Amrish Prabhu's words. His Grace Kalachakra Prabhu, His Grace Kalachakra Prabhu and Sri Ramachandra Prabhu has done such a wonderful service by compiling your teachings, by publishing Pearls of Wisdom. What a title they selected. My father, having a reading disability, relishes it every evening by using a lens. Whenever we come home from office, he narrates us what he read from Pearls of Wisdom. Thank you, Gurudev, for your teachings in the most simplified way. I'm very much eternally grateful to you for all you have done for me and my family. I'm eternally yours, and you can make me the way you want. As per verse in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.20.17 and purport 7.15 by 45, Srila Prabhupada mentions in his purport that this human form of body is the most valuable boat, and the spiritual master is the captain, which is Guru Karnadharam, to guide the boat in plying across the ocean of nescience. The instruction of Krishna is a favorable breeze that is wind. One must use all these facilities to cross over the ocean of nescience. Since the spiritual master is the captain, we must serve the spiritual master very sincerely, so that by his mercy, one will be able to get the mercy of the Supreme Lord. Gurudev, you are the captain of my life. I pray to Lord Krishna to serve you life after life by following your instructions and serving all devotees and non-devotees. I know I'm not qualified to go back to Golok or Vrindavan, but I beg you, at least let me take birth after birth and glorify your all teachings and attend your Vyasapuja like what I'm doing today. I beg for your mercy to develop strong love for BBC, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and chanting, and allow me to be in association of your all sincere disciples and my God brothers and sisters. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnavanda ki jai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Surya Chandra Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining us. And pranams to everyone back home, Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare
Thank
Krishna.
you so much. Hare Krishna.
We have Viraj Krishna Prabhu now from Australia. Viraj Prabhu has been at the heart of the Australian Yatra, one of the very senior disciples of Maharaj. And he's been an eloquent writer, and he has described Maharaj so wonderfully in prayers and verses. Maharaj told me personally that I should always take his association. And anyone who's been in touch with him will know, that you can remember Maharaj very well. So, Viraj Prabhu, I'd like to invite you to speak now, Prabhu, please. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. The only thing is we can't see you yet. Now we can see you, Prabhu. Hare Bol.
Hare Krishna. So nice to see everyone, all my God brothers and God family. Such nice and wonderful offerings everyone has done in glorification of Maharaj. Thank you very much, Devinandan Prabhu and Vaishnav Seva Prabhu, for organizing this Zoom session. It is as if we are in Rajkot ourselves, hearing glorification of Maharaj. I have written an offering which I would like to make on behalf of Vaman Kshetra Yatra as well from Sydney. The devotees there have, most of them, almost 95% of the devotees in Vaman Kshetra, they have not actually personally seen Maharaj, but nonetheless, just by hearing classes of Maharaj and reading instructions of Maharaj in Granth and having association of His Grace Devkinandan Prabhu, they have become surrendered to Maharaj, as grand disciples, and are doing wonderful service in that yatra. Dear Srila Gurudev, I offer my heartfelt, humble obeisances onto your most auspicious and effulgent lotus feet again and again. Your two lotus feet are my only hope and shelter. While this year has somewhat been challenging due to pandemic, nonetheless, it has opened up opportunities to associate and hear from my dear God brothers and sisters, sharing their realizations through your sublime teachings and narrating various experiences they had in your association. This made me realize how fortunate I am to have such rich association of devotees like His Grace Devkinandan Prabhuji, Madan Mohan Prabhuji, Kal Chakra Prabhuji, Swayam Prakash Prabhuji, to name a few. And only due to your mercy, Srila Gurudev, this has all been possible. In our ISKCON Brisbane Yatra, the year has been a quite tough one. Firstly, due to the pandemic, the temple had to be closed for quite a length of time. And secondly, the land on which our temple is leased, that had been sold earlier this year. And we are now in a very precarious situation that the new landlord, may ask us to vacate at any time, which they have indicated. Although the land adjacently we own, however, various managements in ISKCON Brisbane over the last 10 years or more have not been able to get the temple building project going and muster the support of congregation to raise funds. This reminds me of, how you, on the contrary, being empowered by their lordships and Prabhupada, were able to build the temple purely on the basis of Srimad Bhagavatam and the holy name of Krishna as your prime focus. quite a striking contrast to what we see in many other immature yatras. You always emphasize that everything is a byproduct of Srimad Bhagavatam. We have been very fortunate enough to see within our lifetime the results of your devotion manifest in forms of temples in Dwarka and Rajkot. However, the most important legacy, Srila Gurudev, you have left behind is your devotees, your disciples, who are following your instructions nicely and continuing your legacy to touch other people's lives through seamless and selfless propagating of the teaching of Srimad Bhagavatam, and like you, with a human touch and a compassion touch. I have been requested by senior devotees in Brisbane Yatra to play an active role in management here. Whilst the old legacy and mindsets are very difficult to change, however, when Bhagavatam-centric culture is there, everything becomes possible. You have taught us this, and by your own example, we see in Bhagavatam verse, Tadvag visargo janataga viplamo yasmin pratishlokam adhatvatyapi namanyanantasya yashon kitanyat shrinvanti gayanti grinanti sadhava. On the other hand, the literature which is full of descriptions of transcendental glories of name, fame, form, and pastimes of the unlimited Supreme Lord is a transcendental creation meant for bringing about a revolution in the impious life of misdirected civilization. Such transcendental literature, even though irregularly composed, is heard, sung, and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5.11. As such, for the Brisbane Yatra, with your blessings, Maharaj, the Bhagavatam theme for the coming new year will be based around Lord Brahma's prayers for creative energy. In Sydney, you had personally taught us these verses and how to sing these verses and in which mood to sing these verses. We seek your blessings, Maharaj, so that on the basis of Srimad Bhagavatam, the whole community can be united, and on the basis of Srimad Bhagavatam, a grand temple for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada can be built here as well. The Supreme Lord in those chapters of 3.9, verse number 40, gives the Shruti Phala, the benedictory result of reciting these verses like Brahmaji. The Lord says, Ya etena pumam nityam stutva shotrena mam bhajet tasyashu samprasideyam sarvakama vareshvaraha. Any human being who prays like Brahma, so this is Krishna speaking, any human being who prays like Brahma and who thus worships me shall very, very soon be blessed with fulfillment of all his desires, for I am the Lord of all benediction. In the paper, Srila Prabhupada nicely writes, the prayers offered by Brahma cannot be chanted by anyone who desires to fulfill his own sense gratification. Such prayers can be selected only by a person who wants to satisfy the Lord in his service. The Lord certainly fulfills all desires in regard to transcendental loving service, but he cannot fulfill the whims of non-devotees, even when such casual devotees offer him the best of prayers. This nice purport by Srila Prabhupada is a warning to me, especially that I adhere to the mood and sense of purpose in our Bhagavatam-based studies and recitation only to satisfy you, Srila Gurudev, and to be a source of satisfaction for Krishna. We seek your blessings, Srila Gurudev, that the mood we chant these prayers in be pure, and for the purpose of and for the purpose of satisfaction to their lordships, Shri Shri Radha Govinda and Shri Shri Gauranitai. On concluding note, I beg that you always engage me in your service. I always desire to remain your servant and execute your order. There is no other way for success. Your insignificant servant, Viraj Krishna Das, Hare Krishna, and my humble obeisances to all devotees in this assembly. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Viraj Prabhu. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Thank you very much for that wonderful offering. Now we have basically covered US, we covered Canada, we covered Australia, we did New Zealand, and now before we come to India, we have few devotees. We have Swayam Jyoti Prabhu from London, who spent many years with Maharaj and has so much recollection and time and experience with him. And we thank Swayam Jyoti Prabhu today also for giving us the opportunity to hear Jai Vaita Maharaj. So now for a few minutes, Swayam Jyoti Prabhu, I'd like to invite you and welcome you to Rajkot, even though we're all virtually, there. But we welcome you and we request you to please make your offering. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Devaki, Hare Krishna everyone. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhayavacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavyo namo namah. All glories to our lovely, lovely disciples and siblings. I'll read the offering if I can get my offering. Yes, okay. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, on your most auspicious day, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to at your Lord's feet. Om Gyanan Timirandasya Gyana Gyana Shalakaya Chakshuranamulitam Nyana Tasmai Shri Guruvai Namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual master, who has opened my eyes, which were blinded by the darkness of ignorance, with the torch of knowledge. In the early days, you gave me an opportunity to associate with you, traveling around the world. You kindly taught me how to clean, cook, and serve devotees and non-devotees in Rajkot. We cleaned Dadaji's home. Dadaji's name is Sneha Krishnadas. He's got a property in Jagannath plot, and he let us use his house in the early days of ISKCON Rajkot. So we cleaned Dadaji's house, which was full of spider webs, as it was not used for many years. I remember Maharaj asking me to get 2 brooms from next door, from neighbors in Jagannath plot. The moment you held the broom, you started cleaning one side of the house and instructed me to start the other end. How energetic and enthusiastic you were cleaning. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was cleaning the Gundicha temple. The above instance reminded me of how you were teaching us by example, how humble of you, Guru Maharaj. You also taught me how to cook, make puri dough, sabji, rice, and dal. You were very strict with keeping the books in order, accounting to the penny. It was very difficult to get, people on the charts, small carts, they don't have a pencil or a pen or paper. But then you told me, you must write somewhere that you paid 10 rupees for carrots or 10 rupees for cauliflower or 50 rupees or whatever. So he wanted me to account for every penny. And anyway, you mentioned Srila Prabhupada was always wanted his disciples to account very clearly. And I'm very pleased both Vaishnava Seva Prabhu and Devakinandan Prabhu have managed both projects, Dwarka and Rajkot, very transparently. So I'm very happy you have very nice disciples, senior disciples. Your study method of reading Srimad Bhagavatam Maharaj for 6 hours a day in Soar Street Temple has set a very high standard. I barely read 1 hour daily. Guru Maharaj, you have blessed many devotees around the world, around the globe, and I'm pleased to meet them. They are wonderful, intelligent, and humble. Please kindly bless me so that I can read and understand more and more and be of service to one and all, and especially enhance the mission of Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and serve at your lotus feet eternally. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, lovely devotees. Where are you? 1 minute, let me see if I can see. Can I see? Can I see everyone? I can see Devaki. Okay, fine. I could see you before I was reading my offering. So
Thank you so
thank
much,
you very
Swamjyoti
much.
Prabhu.
I was so pleased that His Holiness Jai Advaita Swami Maharaj, he was going to come live, but he said, no, no, no. At that time, I'll be sleeping. So
Yeah.
I'm going to make a special recording for your Guru Maharaj. Such a lovely
It was
devotee.
amazing. It was amazing. And even
So-
before we played it in Rajkot, we played it first in Singapore in the morning. So thank you so much for this, Prabhu. Thank you.
It's so nice to see everyone. Hare Krishna, everyone.
Hare Krishna. Glory to
Please,
Srila Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj. Thank you. Thank you. So now, Prabhu's Matajis, we have with us Murli Prabhu. Murli Prabhu comes from Kosovo. Some of us may or may not have been there. I had the good fortune of spending time with him and Vishwa Bhavana Prabhu, two disciples of Maharaj from an area of Europe that even most people wouldn't have heard of if you were not in Europe. Murli Prabhu comes, from a background that is not entirely conducive for Krishna consciousness, and yet he surrendered at the lotus feet of Maharaj, and he has been an inspiration to many devotees. We request him today to make his offerings to Guru Maharaj. Murli Prabhu, are you there?
I didn't find him, Prabhu.
No, he said he's. He just texts me to say he's there, but.
I'd be having some another name.
Okay, never mind. I'm going to text him now and see if I can send him. Do you have his text, Prabhu? Prasanna Prabhu, do you have his?
I got mentor edge from someone.
Yeah. Could you just send the?
Yes, Prabhu. I found him. Mentor edge.
Okay. Is he on now?
Yes.
Okay.
Murli Prabhu, you have to unmute yourself.
Murli Prabhu, welcome. Please unmute yourself.
Haribo.
Haribo, Murli Prabhu, Hare Krishna. Glory to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev. Welcome to Rajkot, Prabhu. Welcome to Rajkot.
Thank you for the invitation.
We're all very
I
happy
know I
to see
don't-
you.
Yeah, you are very merciful.
No. Please, I leave you now to make your offering to Maharaj.
First of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank all the devotees in Rajkot and all over the globe. I want to start this small offering to our Gurudev. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnana Jnana Charakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Dev Namo. I met Gurudev in 1990. I was 19 years old, totally lost in total Maya. I'm still in Maya, but now I realize I'm in Maya. At that time I didn't realize I was in total Maya. I met him in Soho Street in London. It was a very wonderful meeting. After praying to Lord Krishna for the entire night and asking for his guidance, the next day, Lord, out of the blue sky, I still remember very clearly, he sent Maharaj, as I was cleaning the restaurant down, some of you have been South Street. It's a small restaurant attached to the temple. As I was cleaning there, the restaurant, an elder man in saffron just showed up out of the blue sky. Everybody was bowing. I didn't know what was going on. It was my 5th or 6th day in the temple. So like a magnet, Krishna as Paramatma told me, you go and see. I immediately went and I said, sir, can I speak to you? I didn't know any etiquette or anything. Maharaj smiling said, yes, you come to the temple room. And I left everything, my broom and everything. I threw away everything and I went straight to the temple room because I was anxious to see somebody, elder in saffron, everybody respecting him. And Krishna for sure. Krishna forced me to go and see. Then we had a wonderful conversation and short but really nice. Maharaj instructed me to shift to Bhaktivedanta Manor, which was the best decision because Soho was really in passionate mood, not for me. And we had 2 months of nice association. I was trying to serve Maharaj the best. Swanjoti maybe remembers. So after that, I didn't see Maharaj for 10 years. I went back to my home country, which unfortunately still has no ISKCON temple, or as Devaki Prabhu knows, he has visited us. The congregation is very small. Somehow I realize now that I deserve the situation because I have a critical spirit. So Krishna has punished me, unfortunately punished me to come to such place. But we need to understand that the mercy of Lord is everywhere present, even in hell. There are places on this planet which are hellish planets. But the mercy of Lord comes everywhere in form of his pure devotees like Guru Maharaj. As I mentioned, I didn't see Maharaj for 10 years after that. There were no internet at that time, so we kept few letters here and there, writing, and afterwards some phone calls were available. But somehow I managed to keep in touch with Maharaj only with Maharaj lectures. I got some 20 tapes of Maharaj from some devotees in Belgium. And somehow I managed to listen to those tapes and follow something to some extent, which was possible. Later on, Krishna removed the curse for aparadas I created and allowed me to come to Dwarka first and then Raj. I remember another incident with Maharaj. We were traveling from Dwarka to Mumbai in train, it's a long trip. And Maharaj forced us for the entire trip to learn one verse. He knew I'm incapable of learning more, so he forced us to learn the verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, Chitraketu's prayer, 1634. The tune is still in my mind, even after so long time. Ajita jita sama bhatibir, sadhubir bhavan jitatmabir bhavata. Vijitaste picha bhajatam, akamatmanam cha atmadoti karuna. The verse is beautiful. It tells that how the Lord surrenders to his pure devotees, completely surrenders. Our Lord has surrendered to Guru Maharaj so many times. I only wish that I will surrender also one day. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Murli Prabhu. Such a moving presentation and offering to Maharaj. I pray as soon as possible I will take your association again together with Vishwabhavana Prabhu. And you are never far from our hearts, and you are never far from Rajkot and Maharaj. Always remember that.
Please pray for us, Prabhu.
We pray,
I
Prabhu.
request
We pray.
all devotees.
We pray. And we pray someday, you will come and see us. We'll all meet at the Samadhi. It will come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhu. Murli Prabhu ki. I always felt that Murli, Maharaj told me Murli Prabhu is the crown jewel, because he said, that he comes from such difficult anti-Vedic background. But even then, his heart is with Krishna. So we're always inspired by you, Prabhu. Thank you.
No, I'm Aparadi.
No. Send pranams to Mataji and the children, please. I remember them very
Thank you.
well.
Here are the deities. I'll show you.
Where are the
you
deities? Yes, it's so nice to take darshan. We had such a nice program. I still remember. Very nice, very nice. I have some more clothes. I have some more clothes for you. So I have to come now. I have to come. Thank you, Prabhu. So now, Prabhu's Matajis, we now move into India, and we have a few devotees from India. The beauty of this Vyasapuja is, Vaishnava Seva Prabhu has so expertly arranged that we have the time. He's given us the time to be able to come forward and make these offerings. And in the comforts of our homes and remembering Maharaj intensely. So we are really grateful to the Rajkot devotees also for sitting through a program. I asked Maharaj one time, Maharaj, why do people sit through whole Vyasapuja? Isn't it very boring? I was really in ignorance. But Maharaj said, it's boring if you don't believe in the person you're doing the Vyasapuja for. But if you believe in the person and are surrendered, then you become very, very happy to hear. And this was at a time when I had no idea what Vyasapuja was. I had heard about it. I think it was 89 maybe. And that's the first time I met Maharaj, and he told me, yes, Vyasapuja is special, but it's only special if you have some feeling for that person. Today, we can all feel that. We're all seated and we are still relishing this wonderful opportunity to see Maharaj. Thank you, Vaishnava Seva Prabhu and all the devotees in Rajkot. From India, I'd like to invite Kalchakra Prabhu now, who has done phenomenal service to spread Krishna consciousness through Maharaj's lenses, through so much of preaching portals and platforms, and even phones now. So Kalchakra Prabhu, please, I invite you now on behalf of the devotees to make your offering.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, I hope I'm audible.
You're audible, but you need to be seeable. Jai. No, I just thought...
Somebody stopped my video.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, they forced stopped the video, it says.
Okay, why is somebody forced stopping Kalchakra Prabhu's video?
Because Maharaj said, because Maharaj said Kalchakra should be put inside a box and only the voice should come out. Everybody should say, where is this voice coming from? They see you, they don't care for you, he said. He said it just, but it is so true, really.
Maharaj said it should only be heard, not seen.
Yes, Prabhu.
Nabolingam. Please continue.
So nice to really see Sanjoti Prabhu, Murli Prabhu, Surya
so
Swami
nice.
Prabhu, Gopal Krishna Prabhu, so far away. But really, yes, as we have been telling this time and again, that this whole year must have been a miserable time for the materialists, but for devotees, it's the Keval Ananda Kanda,
Yes.
Really, we are connecting so easily and so nicely with each other through whatever it is, through whatever mode of thing it is. So really, thank you, Vaishnava Prabhu, and more specifically for making Maharaj's Samadhi more and more beautiful. I mean, I really, I'm just wondering now that I don't know if you have a plan to make Maharaj Samadhi even taller than Rajkot, our Radha Nigma temple now. Please tell us so that we will have to plan collection of funds also for that. So I'll just start the offering, praying to Maharaj. नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय पुतले श्रीमते महाविष्णु गोस्वामी निधि नामने नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय पुतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी निधि नामने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशधारिणे. Dear Maharaj, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to meet you virtually at least. It just makes us feel that yes, there is going to be a time when we won't be even able to make it to Samadhi sometime. We have to keep that possibility on so that the intensity of our hankering and desire to come to Rajkot increases more and more. Before this pandemic started, we all planned for the December Vyasapuja every year as soon as the current year gets over, because it's the vacation time and all those things come for devotees from around the world. But we didn't take into account this corona thing, that it really feels bit different, and the feeling of separation is there, from coming and meeting you in your Samadhi. I think it is an interesting coincidence that just occurred to me while I'm speaking now, that by regularly coming to you to see you there, Maharaj, in person when you were around here till 2010, and then the next 10 years in your Samadhi, not almost everybody used to say that that's the place where we actually feel Maharaj presence so intensely. And by doing that for a few years continuously, we develop that attachment, and at the same time we also sometimes take it for granted that we will be able to see you anytime we want. But the thing is, Maharaj, you have reminded us this year that you keep hankering to come to Rajkot and see me in my Samadhi more and more, so that you will eventually increase your hankering so much that you will want to see me in person in the spiritual world more intensely. And I think that's really the criteria that I feel that I should be carrying, at least the mood that I should be carrying, at least, that we will continue to have these Vyas Pujas in the spiritual world also, Maharaj, provided you allow us to do that. So with that, I just wanted to just speak a few things from my offering, Maharaj. I know it is quite late for all the devotees, so I'll just keep it as short as possible. So I just will take down some few points here. Maharaj, this year, even though it has been a very miserable situation from a health and other things point of view, risk point of view, travel and other things, but you had given us ample opportunity to glorify you, glorify Bhagavatam, glorify the Supreme Lord and Prabhupada. And you did not only give opportunity to do that, you also gave us the medium and tools through which we can do that. And like this, there are more people who are coming and asking us for, knowing more about Maharaj, knowing more about Maharaj's way of Bhagavatam, how you can relish Bhagavatam for so long and so forth and all that. So that way we were really blessed in one sense. But I also want to be cautious to myself that I don't want this to be taken for granted as the status quo going forward, because I can see that over the months, even though there were initial spurt of devotees coming and joining in the Zoom and all so much, then it gradually died down for most cases. I can see that it's because, at the end of the day, it's a personal association, physical association that actually is the need of the heart. And when we are not able to provide that, it becomes a big challenge in attracting people, devotees to more to Krishna consciousness. So please, Maharaj, we humbly request you that let this be the last year of test from your end and Krishna's end, that please don't make us feel separated, feel a distance from meeting you in Rajkot, at least till we are having this life here in our body. So Maharaj, so this one thing about the way you have taught us, which I really am quite inspired to take forward, is that Maharaj, you said so quite a few times that we have to form a Bhagavatam wing, Bhakti wing and Bhagavatam wing. You said both Bhagavatam stroke Bhakti, you said. It's non-different from each other. So you said we have to form a Bhagavatam wing in ISKCON. That is the only thing that is lacking in this world. And Maharaj, we can see that the moment the Zoom opened up, everybody started doing more and more Shravanam and Kirtanam. And actually speaking, Maharaj, I'm not putting anybody down or anything, but just that it is the thing that was not taught over the years to so many who are aspiring devotees, that how to relish Prabhupada's books. And you have done that so nicely to us that you had taught us how to be self-satisfied, swachashtitam, and being self-satisfied in our study and in our service and in our relishing Bhagavatam, Maharaj. That is so amazing to experience it when others were others were also feeling the pain, of not able to meet each other. So Maharaj, one thing I just wanted to highlight about the Shastras that you have left with us, apart from the Bhagavatam, I really see that you have the writings you have given to us in your own handwriting in the form of your notes and diaries. I really want to highlight the emphasis of that, emphasize that very much, because Maharaj, I remember the day you initiated us all, and the day after the feast, you were about to go and take rest, and you were just casually talking at Purindra Prabhu's home. You said, I saw the diary in your hand, on the side of your thing in a table, and you just picked it out and just to read a verse. And I was so curious to see your handwriting and your notes, how you written. So I asked Maharaj, can I look at it? And you gave it to me. And then I said, oh, this is so nice. And then I asked Maharaj, can I take a photocopy of this? You said in a stern tone that, yes, provided you bring it safely in the same way it is. And I happily agreed and took photocopies of that. Maharaj, those days, all these scanners are not there. So, but I never knew at the time that they were so valuable to you and so priceless to you that no one can dare touch them without your permission. And I'm glad that you left in your form in the the diaries as the form of expansions of you with us, some of us. That every day when we see how you have written and how you had studied, it really gives us goosebumps, Maharaj, and we want to really follow the methods you taught us. Your diaries speak to us the glories of a pure, simple, and innocent devotion, Maharaj. And every word you have written in those diaries with your beautiful handwriting is filled with unlimited treasure of pure bhakti. We get a glimpse of what you relish in your private association with Krishna, Prabhupada, and all our acharyas in your serious study of Shastras. You revered all your life. You never had any restrictions or reservations as to where to take an instruction from. You even take some quotation from the slogan of a bus, auto rickshaw, from some devotees offering in Grantraj, and some Sanskrit Subhashitas, Dohas, and even from some unknown people. Even from Reader's Digest, I've seen quote from, you have written some quotes, Maharaj. So, because as long, you said this point, as long as it is good, Maharaj, you took note of it, because you said that right from my childhood, I was always looking for good in everything. People used to say that, hey, he is always looking for good, so he must be God, man. So they realized your potency much earlier, Maharaj, and thank you so much for giving us the shelter, giving us your shelter and shelter of your writings also. And Maharaj, just continuing on with this thing, on this point about diary, is that the reason I told about the value of your writings is that I have been, when I was browsing through, I've been meditating on this one verse that I stole from your diary. You used to call me as a thief, Maharaj, and that I steal from your own treasury and then give it back to you as if it's my. So I'm a thief, and I will continue to be thief as long as you qualify me to be a thief, Maharaj. So this one verse, Maharaj, it really blew my mind away. That I just wanted to share it with you. This this particular verse is it says how true it is of spiritual life and how much more it is true of pure devotees like your divine grace, and how beautifully you have hidden them in those pages of your diaries, and you had kept it so hidden that if at all there is a chance, you will get to see them and appreciate them. And there are some of the slokas which you are trying to decipher through other Sanskrit scholars, because you have not left any translations for them. But any Sanskrit scholars, when they read them, they just really go crazy that how can someone write all these kind of very complicated shlokas in his, I think he must be a really great scholar. Not only a scholar, but you're a pure devotee as well, Maharaj. So, I mean, I wish I were able to call you, Maharaj, over phone, and I can visualize how enthusiastic and joyful, we'll have that conversation. And every time we tell something from your diary, you will again add more embellishment to it in the form of more nectarian points. And Maharaj, I really miss those days and times, but I do want to share this particular doha which you had written, Maharaj. It's like this: Rupa Bisesha Nama Binujane, Karatala Gatana Parahi Bahichane, Sumiriya Nama Rupa Binudeke, Avat Hrudayam Saneha Bisesha. Maharaj, you written this in Hindi. I will read that the translation in Hindi. I will read that also. रूप विशेष नाम के बिना जाने यदि हाथ में भी वस्तु हो तो पहचानी नहीं जाती। रूप बिना देख के ही नाम का स्मरण करें तो वह भी हृदय में बासने लगता है और प्रीति अधिक होती है। Maharaj, this is such a revelation to all of us. Though it talks about the importance of holy name and the Supreme Lord, it is actually true for pure devotees like you as well, Maharaj. The verse says that if without knowing the form, the speciality or the name, the special qualities or the name of that object, if someone has that valuable object in his hand, it will be of no use to him. It's like someone has a diamond, but he doesn't know what it is, how valuable it is. Whereas even without seeing the form, if someone can remember the name, speciality and form of the object, it will permanently reside in the heart of the person, and the love and affection for that object will continue to increase in him. It is very much true of your divine grace as well, Maharaj. We all have had your association without realizing its value, just like it is said in this verse, Maharaj. You gave us so much of your association, but we took it for granted and never realized its value when it was available. Now we are repenting the loss. Whereas there are so many wonderful, sincere souls that you have brought us in touch with after your physical departure. Those who have not even seen you, but simply by hearing your Vani, hearing your glories and your pastimes, are becoming so much attracted to you that they have fallen in love with you even more than a fool like me, who had so many opportunities to relish your transcendental association, but never utilized it to serve you or improve my behavior. Maharaj, my only prayer to you is that you please always keep me in the in the association of all these sincere devotees who are serving you unflinchingly even without having your personal association. And also those who have had your invaluable association and are serving so nicely even now, so that I can serve them to the best of my ability. Only by serving them sincerely, Maharaj, can I get trained in the art of serving you. Maharaj, but Maharaj, there is few other services, few of the services which we did over the years by your mercy, Maharaj, but I don't want to spend a lot of time. It's already late. It's some of these services which we did all related to, say, Grantraj and your Vani and so many other services, Maharaj, especially, and the mobile apps and websites and in all these things. I really wanted to highlight all the devotees who have contributed their valuable time and energy, and also their, the Lakshmi also. And especially to the family who has been dedicated so nicely to every time for the Vyasapuja, like Sharma Prabhu and his wife, good wife Srividya Mataji, then their children Nimisha and Shankarshan. They are so much dedicated to your service, Vani Seva service, Maharaj, and also so many others who are doing the transcriptions and various other Vani services. That is something which is really keeping us on our toes, Maharaj. So Krishna's mercy, for this year, we were thinking that the iOS version of the app would be at least 2-3 months delayed, but by your causeless mercy, we could get it released by today, right on the day of your Vyasapuja, Maharaj. This was our desire, and we have been thinking our timeline so much, planning our timeline so much, but then when you decided, it happened that it should happen today, Maharaj. So this is one service which devotees are really inspiring us to do. And the other important service which Maharaj you gave us is the programs for the youth boys and girls. We had the youth boys group is named Tavani Ankam, and the girls group is named Kadamba Manjari. I hope you like these names, Maharaj. I know every time we consult you for keeping the names. But I hope you love these names, Maharaj. I also seek your blessings that all these wonderful, sincere souls, they stay fresh in their devotional service. They have made 2 nice offerings this year for your Vyas Puja, Maharaj. The boys did the Eibaro Karuna Karo, and the girls did the Kirti Ashtakam by Viraj Prabhu. Even though they were all staying so far away from each other, they coordinated so nicely that eventually they could complete this on time, Maharaj. I know how many days and nights of time they had put in, the effort and energy they put in between their exams and studies and so on. And really, it was very inspiring to do this. To be part of this service, though I didn't actually do the service, but I was just being there around. So it was nice, Maharaj. And the other service, of course, is that by your mercy, we could do some Bhagavatam seminars, Maharaj. That devotees were so much appreciative of your ways of doing Bhagavatam. They even contributed some Lakshmi Maharaj, which we don't deserve, but it is so amazing that when you give something, Maharaj, you take care of all the material requirements also. Maharaj, I conclude here with this, that all these experiences show only one thing, Maharaj, just you have to follow your orders. Everything else will fall in place. Maharaj, time is running out so fast. We will all leave this body and our so-called possessions very soon. My only worry is that due to my laziness and lackluster attitude towards devotional service, I will not be able to serve you properly in this lifetime, Maharaj. I do not know what form of life I will get in my next life, Maharaj, and whether I will be given the benediction of remembering your transcendental association, your instructions, your transcendental laughter, jokes, chastisements, etc. in that body. This is the only body and mind I can be assured at present of being able to engage in your service and remember you and serve you, Maharaj. If I lose that opportunity as well, I will be the biggest failure, Maharaj. I do not want anything else in this world other than an opportunity to always hear you, serve you, please you, and glorify you, Maharaj. Please bestow upon me this blessing alone. Your son, Kalachakra Krishnadas. Hare Krishna. Dandavat pranam, Maharaj.
Thank you, Kalachakra Prabhu. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Punya Pragna Prabhu now from Chennai to please make his offering for Vyas Puja, followed after that by Sajan Prabhu. So Punya Pragna Prabhu, if you're on.
Prabhu, please raise your hand. I'm unable to find you. Jeshta Didi, yes. Okay.
Is he there, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay. Punya Pragna Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Jai, welcome Prabhu. Thank you very much for staying on. I know it's been a long afternoon for everyone, but I think everyone is relishing hearing and remembering Maharaj.
At the correct time, the internet started giving some trouble. Prabhu, okay. Hare Krishna.
Please continue. Please
Hare
continue.
Krishna. Prabhu,
Hare Krishna.
today everybody glorified Maharaj as most merciful. But I could see the best mercy highlight of it today is that when Rajkot is blowing so cold breeze and everything, Maharaj permitted us to sit in the comfort of our house to glorify him. That was the peak of the mercy I could see from Maharaj.
Yeah.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Paritaya Bhudale Srimade Mahavishnu Goswami Ramane. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Paritaya Bhudale Srimade Bhaktivedanta Swami Ramane. Dear Guru Maharaj, today is the auspicious day of your Vyasapuja. It is the 101st Vyasapuja your disciples are observing today. It is almost 10 years since you left this material world, leaving your thousands of disciples fatherless. I was offended to say that my godbrothers are fatherless, but I came across a very interesting purport by Srila Prabhupada in the 3rd canto, 5th chapter, 7th verse, where Prabhupada writes, a civilized man is one who has taken his birth twice. A living entity takes birth in this mundane world due to the union of a male and female. A human being is born due to the union of a father and mother. But a civilized man being another birth by contact with the spiritual master, who becomes his actual father. The father and mother of a material body are so only in one birth, and in the next birth, the father and mother may be a different couple. But the bona fide spiritual master, as a representative of the Lord, has the responsibility to lead the disciple to spiritual salvation and the ultimate goal of life. This is what Prabhupada mentions. That is why I said that all of us are fatherless, although many of us may be having their material father living. The responsibility you took was a very heavy one, since you came into my life voluntarily without any of my endeavor. Still, I consider that my elders certainly have done some austerity to bring you to my life. I was living in a remote desert in the Middle East, doing not much devotion. By Krishna's mercy, a change in the form of losing a job came to me. Jobless, I sent my family to India. Still, I tried a last approach to one of my senior bosses, and he very mercifully absorbed me in a better position in the Abu Dhabi city. From the desert, I came to Abu Dhabi, and wherein I had the opportunity to meet you, and you became my spiritual master. That was the boon Krishna gave me, and I came in contact with you. Life blossomed. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasado, Yasya aprasada nagadi kutopi. By the mercy of the spiritual master, one gets the benediction of Krishna. Also, without the grace of the spiritual master, one cannot make any advancement in the spiritual path. Your grace was such a thunderbolt that I could continue my Middle East life and also have the material wealth as well as the spiritual wealth in the holy name. I consider all this is by your mercy only. In an episode of the King of Heaven, Indra, who offended his spiritual master and later realized the seriousness of his offense, he prays in the 6th canto, 7th chapter, 15th verse, Ataham Amaracharyam Agada Dishanam Dujam Prasadayishye Nishataha Sirshnath Charanam Srishan. Therefore, with great frankness and without duplicity, I shall now bow my head at the lotus feet of Brihaspati, the spiritual master of the demigods. Because he is in the mode of goodness, he is fully aware of all knowledge and is the best of the Brahmanas. Now I shall touch his lotus feet and offer my obeisances unto him to try to satisfy him. In the purport, wonderful purport, Prabhupada mentions that Navamanyeta Karhichit. One should not disrespect the Acharya at any time. Namartya Buddhya Suyeta. One should never think Acharya as an ordinary person. I have intentionally never offended you. Still, with familiarity, I might have disobeyed you sometimes. Please excuse my offenses and permit me to touch your lotus feet on this auspicious day, hoping to purify my existence. Hare Krishna Maharaj, your humble servant, Purna Prajnadasa. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Punya Pragna Prabhu, for that wonderful Vyasapuja offering. And thank you for taking so nice care of Chennai and keeping all the devotees together.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you.
Thank you. And pranams to Mataji, pranams to the children, and very happy to always have your association.
Thank you very much.
Now we have Sajan Prabhu, Sajan Priya Prabhu, who has been a stalwart preacher and really a lover of Bhagavatam. And together with Vaijayanti Mala Mataji, they were the backbone of Abu Dhabi Yatra. And now they are in Chennai. So I would kindly and humbly request Sajan Prabhu to make his offering at the lotus feet of Maharaj. Sajan Prabhu, are you there? Haribol. So happy to see you, Prabhu.
Thank
Please.
you.
Jai.
Yes, Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Jai. Please
Krishna.
continue, Prabhu.
Yes, thank you very much. This is my humble offering at the lotus feet of His Holiness Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj on the auspicious occasion of the Vyasapuja 2020. Maharaj, in 2010, when Maharaj left the planet, I think there was no, actually, the hopes of building the temple and mustering money was a big challenge. And we thought that nothing will happen. But the unflinching faith of His Grace Devakinandan Prabhu and the Vaishnava Sevakan Maharaj, in fact, I was also doubtful at the time whether the temple will come, whether the money will come. But because of their unflinching devotion to Maharaj and being such a pure disciples of Maharaj, the whole and Maharaj's dream of this beautiful temple of Radha Nil Madhav manifested. And also it was now this Samadhi, now thanks to His Grace Suresh Chandra Prabhu, that the temple has come very nicely and the Samadhi has come so wonderfully also. Thanks to those Prabhujis, and I thank all the Vaishnavas assembled here. So actually it is now 10 years of Maharaj's disappearance, but you are accessible only to your pure disciples. And I am not in a position to access you because of my laziness and intolerance. Maharaj, to be frank with you, I have not started the devotional service. And in spite of so much of association from your devotee, from your disciples and God brothers and all, so much I got. In fact, I'm very much indebted to His Grace Devakinandan Prabhu, Vaishnava Sek Prabhu, Swayam Smriti Prabhu, and Kal Chakra Prabhu. Because of them, their guidance, that somehow or other I am able to sustain in Krishna consciousness. Thanks to the Maharaj, you have given such a wonderful God brothers, Viraj Krishna Prabhu, all these one, and Madan Mohan Prabhu, Gopal Krishna Prabhu, all these wonderful disciples are really encouraging me to do the devotion service. Otherwise, I would have been going astray away from the path of Krishna consciousness. It is very important for the disciple to glorify the spiritual master on the Vyasapuja day. Unfortunately, Maharaj, I have not taken a step towards you. And forget about taking the life. Bhagavatam says that we should take our spiritual master life and soul. Gurudeva Tatma. I'm just fallen my position, and I don't deserve. Bhagavatam tells I don't deserve to be a disciple. But somehow or other, Maharaj, you have told me once, I remember, in 2007 when I was just leaving from Abu Dhabi, Devakinanda Prabhu, Kalchakra Prabhu says, whatever you are ours. So that statement is really ringing in my mind, and it will be eternally there. I think whatever condition you have accepted me, that's really ringing in my mind. So Maharaj, I would say that I want to glorify you. I will try in a very humble way to purify, and then the best way to compare you, I don't have the comparison to tell, but you are almost resemble like Bhishma Dev, especially when you are living, when you are winding up the pastimes in this material world and going back to Golok Vrindavan, and especially there is a Maharaj, you gave darshan to all the disciples who were assembled here, and you were encouraging them. And when I think Radha Damodar Prabhu came to your place in Bhaktivedanta Hospital, and he was crying, Maharaj said, "Don't cry, no, don't cry." Maharaj, you were encouraging him, and in fact, you don't want them to cry in front of you. He was so much encouraging the devotees, and you were so cheerful. And Bhagavatam tells very nicely that how Bhishma Dev received the sages, Yudhishthira Maharaj and all the disciples, and all the Yudhishthira Maharaj and the Pandavas, so wonderfully received, and all the sages. It is mentioned in Bhagavatam 199. Tan Semetan Mahabhahan Upalabhya Vashuttamaha Ujayam Asha Dharma Jnano Desha Kala Vibhavgavayit. It says Bhishma Dev was best among the 8 Vasus, received and welcomed all the great and powerful rishis who were assembled there, for they knew perfectly the religious principles according to time and place. Maharaj, it says, Prabhupada says the purport very nicely, was the 12 great authorities of the cult of devotional service, and he welcomed all the powerful sages. Maharaj, I remember, you welcome all the sannyasis who assembled, who came to see you in Bhaktivedanta Hospital with your beaming smile and ever enchanting laugh, in spite of your physical condition, which was not at all conducive at all, Maharaj. Maharaj, and also you received all, and your health condition was very bad, and you are not able to wake up, and you are not able to take a step. But however, you were welcoming all the disciples. And then you took a one extra step, Maharaj, that you want to give darshan to all your disciples. And you specifically told Vaishnava Sevak and Devaki Prabhu that I want to give darshan to all the disciples. And you know that you are winding up your pastimes. And also you told specifically Devakinanda Prabhu, November 17, I think 2009, that I may not come back. And you were able to predict your leaving, and you were waiting for Uttarayana. Just like Bhishma Dev, we were waiting for the Uttarayana to come, and then you left the body on 25th January 2010. Maharaj, it was so wonderful that you were welcoming all the people, especially your disciples, and you gave the darshan, and you took an extra step. You defied all logic of material body condition, and then you traveled up to Panvel on your own in a car, and then you gave darshan, and you spoke Bhagavatam also to them, and also you told so many verses to them, which is very much important in Bible. So such a wonderful personality, in spite of all the material conditions, and you were continuing the devotion service. You are teaching by example, Maharaj, that you are an acharya, that you are setting an example that how an acharya should behave. And this really, is mind-boggling for me to see that how we can do in that condition. Even a little reverses in life, I'm not able to accept, and I'm still grappling how to come over it. But you were able to do it, Maharaj. And therefore, I feel that every time I think of you, I think I don't deserve to be your disciple. And therefore, Maharaj, I am just completely absorbed in complete confusion, and I don't know where I have to go, Maharaj, because I'm really completely bewildered and karpadna dosho, and then I'm samuda chetaha, means I'm completely bewildered, and therefore I require a mercy so that one day I really become a disciple of you and try to glorify you nicely from my heart, because it is mentioned in Bhaktivinoda Thakur Kalyan Kalpataru. He says, Deho Geho more buddhi koryata. My poor heart is plagued by constant anxieties, and that is my position about the maintenance and daily turmoil created by my body, my house, my wife, my family members, and other social obligations. All these are anxieties are pinching me and destroying my intelligence. And therefore, Maharaj, I seek your mercy, and therefore I am offering this prayers. Jagateya vichare kichu nahi pai, tumara karuna sara, karuna na hoile, kandiya prana na raki bohara. When I examine myself, Maharaj, I find nothing of good value. Your mercy is therefore essential to me. If you are not merciful, I will constantly weep. Please make me your beloved servant, your most disobedient son, Sajana Priya. Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj, Vyasapuja Mahautsav ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Gaura Premanand. Hari Hari. Thank you very much, Prabhuji.
Thank you so much, Sajan Prabhu. It's so nice to hear you and your realizations. I think we should all always feel encouraged that Maharaj will always guide us in any situation. And the more challenging the situations are, the more Maharaj guidance will come. All that's standing between us and that is actually time and patience. So we pray for all of us, because every time this situation is always upon us. And Maharaj told me very often it is without exception, everyone. It just takes different name, forms, and activities, but it's always there. So we now move on to request Rishikesh Krishna Prabhu, also from Abu Dhabi. Now he's in Delhi, another stalwart preacher. And Sajan Prabhu and Rishikesh Prabhu were pillars to me and Vaishnava Seva Prabhu during the time of the building of the temple. They called regularly. They were the ones who worked hard to look at the finances. They worked so hard to inspire devotees to give so much more. They were invested in finishing that project. And if you ask Vaishnava Seva Prabhu, and I will agree, between them, they really gave us the confidence to actually continue with these projects. Rishikesh Prabhu, if you're there, we'd like to hear from you, Prabhuji.
Rishikesh Prabhu, there are 4 Rishikesh Prabhus. So kindly raise the hand.
There are 4 Rishikesh Prabhus. So Rishikesh Prabhu, formerly from Abu Dhabi, now in India.
Rishikesh Prabhu.
Are you there?
Agarwal Prabhu. Agarwal Prabhu.
This is Rishikesh KD, Prabhu. Rishikesh KD is there.
I have added 4 of them now.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hari Bol. That voice is unmistakable. So, thank you, Prabhu. We'd like to see your video. Is your video on?
Prabhu, wait a second, Prabhu.
No, if it's difficult, never mind.
My side or from their side, Prabhu?
I don't know. I mean, I don't see you, but it's okay. Please make your offering.
Prabhu, start my video.
I think it's from Rajkot side, Prabhu.
There you are. Jai. Happy to see you.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Jai. Dandavats. Please make your offering, Prabhuji. Thank you.
Om Agyantimrandasya Jnananjan Salakya Chakshamitam Yen Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Mataji. Today's wonderful day. In fact, when we were having the Vyasapuja in Rajkot in person, at that time, by this time, I think we are only 2:30, we would be going for the Puspanjali, after Puspanjali go for Prasadam. But the Corona effect is there, and this Corona effect, we see even at 2:30, everybody is so enthusiastic to hear glorification Maharaj. Prabhu, I am not at all qualified to speak on Maharaj, but still I will try to do whatever in my significant capacity, Prabhu. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Mahavishnu Goswaminiti Namne Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namne. Maharaj, it is now more than almost 1 full year we moved from Abu Dhabi on 5th of December last year. And as you always told us that Krishna's plan always works. So we had thought of so many things, but Krishna had a different plan. And according to that plan, Maharaj, we are here now in Gurgaon for so long. In Vrindavan, we couldn't move much. Maharaj, we are currently trying to follow your instructions, which we are not able to follow. So kindly bless us so that we can follow to some extent your instructions and have your mercy, Maharaj. Maharaj, you are a living example of a pure devotee. As defined in Bhagavatam, all qualities of a bona fide spiritual master always resides in you, Maharaj. Your lotus feet are the only hope for gross mentalists like us. We have no qualification, no capacity, but still, you, Maharaj, you accepted us as your disciples and our father. You are, as one of the Prabhuji spoke, you are the real father, Prabhu, for us, Maharaj. King Nimi inquires from the sages, Navayogendra. He says, "O great sage, please explain how even the foolish materialists like us, like me, can easily cross over the illusory energy of Supreme Lord, which is always insurmountable for those who are not self-controlled." Maharaj, there is no control. Please give us mercy, Maharaj. Srimad Bhagavatam 11:3-17. One of the Navayogendra, Prabuddha, he speaks on 11:3-21 and gives the ultimate solution for all materialist problems as stated and noted below, Maharaj. 11:3-21. Tasmad gurum prapaddeta jigyasu shreyottamam sabde parecha nishnatam brahmani upasramayat. Therefore, any person who seriously desires real happiness must seek a bona fide spiritual master and take shelter of him by initiation. The qualification of the bona fide guru is that he has realized the conclusions of the scriptures by describing, by deliberation, and is able to convince others of these conclusions. Maharaj, you have deliberated so much in the scriptures that you are the real Bhagavat for us, Maharaj. And such great personalities like you, who have taken shelter of Supreme Personality of Godhead, leaving aside all material considerations. Maharaj, I can remember in the Dwarka temple opening ceremony, you were sitting downstairs and were waiting. We saw a big hole in your kurta, Maharaj. That was so painful because you were building such a nice temple, Sri Rakmani Dwarkadhish, and you did not care for anything for yourself. Everything, for even a single penny you saved for Krishna. And you even traveled in an auto rickshaw and whatever way, Maharaj, but you everything you used for Krishna. So says the leaving aside of material considerations should be understood to be the bona fide spiritual master. Maharaj, for us, you are our eternal spiritual master, Maharaj. Maharaj, you are the true representative of Krishna, as Krishna confirms in Srimad Bhagavatam 11, 17, 27. Acharyam vijaniyam navametya karhichit namratte budaya suyet sarva deva mayo guruhu. Translation: one should know the Acharya to be myself. So Maharaj, for us, you are our Krishna. And never disrespect him in any way. One should not envy him, thinking him of an ordinary man, for he is the representative for all the demigods. So Maharaj, you are representative for all this true representation. Maharaj, you are there. Maharaj, you are the true personification of symptoms of a bona fide spiritual master, as Ginuddesamritam Vachoge Vegambars Maharaj. Maharaj, you are always exhibited these qualities and taught us by your own examples. Maharaj, we are so useless that we behave like most foolish person by not taking your instructions seriously. We lost golden chance to get Lord Krishna's mercy through your mercy, Maharaj. Prabhupada says that is why one of the Novindra further in 11.3.22 Tatra Bhagavatam Dharman Sikshit Gurvatma Devataha Amayanumratyayes Tusyedatmana Dohari. Translation, Maharaj. Accepting the bona fide spiritual master as one's life and soul and worshipable deity, the disciple should learn from him the process of pure devotion service. So Maharaj, you are really our life and soul worshipable deity. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, the soul of all the souls, is inclined to give himself to his spiritual, to his pure devotees. Therefore, the disciple should learn from the spiritual master to serve the Lord without duplicity and such a faithful and favorable way that the spiritual Lord, being satisfied, will offer himself to faithful disciple. Maharaj, we have no capacity, no following your instructions. Please bless us, Maharaj. Maharaj, kindly bless us and give his strength to at least now follow your instructions to get your mercy, Maharaj. Maharaj, kindly allow us to continue in your service the best of our way, whatever insignificant capacity, Maharaj, we have. Please bestow your mercy on us so that we can be your servants in the mission of according to your desire and plan. Your insignificant servant, Maharaj, ऋषिकेश कृष्णदास कौशल्या देवी दासी गुरुदेव महाराज की जय.
Thank you so much, Rishikesh Prabhu. Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
heartfelt
Prabhu.
offering. We'd like to invite Sri Ramchandra Prabhu, who was also in Abu Dhabi and now is doing active preaching in Bangalore. Sri Ramchandra Prabhu, please come and make your offering to Maharaj as well. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu, for joining us today. Very nice to see you.
Thank you. So nice.
Please go ahead and make your offering.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, especially to Devaki Nandan Prabhu and Vaishnava Seva Prabhu. So it's a very, very auspicious day, Maharaj's Vyasapuja. But this year has been a very, very troublesome year. Everyone, as also personally for me also, that I lost my father this year. But still, because I was able to withstand, just because of Maharaj's mercy and all the instructions and all the God brothers. So it's so nice of just although we are having a lockdown, we are not knocked down. So just offer my Om Jnantimarandasya Jnananjana Shalakya Chakshurunmilitamena Tasmai Shri Gurve Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Mahavishnu Goswami Name. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami. Vancha Kalpatarubhya Kripa Sindhubhaya Vicha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. So Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. All glories to you on this auspicious day of your Vyasapuja. And today is the celebration of your appearance, 101st appearance within this world. And it is a time of great rejoicing for all of us. Maharaj, you would always stress on the point of how difficult the future will be, especially to the children of today without Krishna consciousness. In fact, children means even their parents also, they are also included. So when I hear the word future, I think it is far away. In fact, the next moment is also future. So this year, that is the 2020, is that future which has just engulfed all of us with coronavirus instead of karuna. Now, the life before corona seems like a satyuga. See, then the lockdown from 2020 March put us all within the confines of our respective places. Now the programs with personal association has become a dream. However, technology in the form of Zoom online was made use of for reaching out to devotees and their association in the form of Krishna Katha and Kirtans. So somehow I was missing the festivals and programs, especially the Purushottam Mas and Damodar month, where everyone will meet and associate personally. But Maharaj, this corona had a silver lining, especially for me, as it made me realize the statement that there is no difference between the instructions in the Bhagavad Gita and the Lord himself. That is to say, no need to get dejected if unable to have personal association by way of any various programs, and we meet in the Sunday programs or even the festivals and all. Maharaj, as you always say, you always say, open even a small book of Srila Prabhupada and you are associating with Prabhupada. He will guide you. So the below verse from Srimad Bhagavatam gave me the needed encouragement. Desha kalartha yuktani vrittapo pashamani cha haranti smaratas chittam govindabhi hitani me. Now I am attracted to those instructions imparted to me by the personality of Godhead Govinda, because they are impregnated with instructions for relieving the burning heart in all circumstances of time and space. So I take refuge in the above verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 1:15-27. I find that when Lord Krishna left for the spiritual world, Arjuna cried in separation of the Lord. However, he remembered the instructions imparted by the Lord in Kurukshetra and regained his composure because he had the realization that the Lord's instructions are non-different from him. So this realization can be gradually acquired by associating more and more with this great scripture. So Srila Prabhupada also says in the purport, the merciful Lord left behind him the great teachings of Bhagavad Gita, so that one can take the instructions of the Lord even when he is not visible to the material eyesight. So Maharaj, I do not know how to express my greatest fortune of having come under your loving shelter, and that too outside India in Abu Dhabi in the year 2002. I have heard this word Ajnata Shukruti. So I say this is nothing but Ajnata Shukruti. So when I was reading the statement in Chaitanya Charitamrita 19.151, which really very aptly describes what is Ajnata Shukruti. It says, Brahmand Brahmite Kona Bhagyavan Jiva, Guru Krishna Prasade Paya Bhakti Lata Bija. I just give some of the words from here. Prabhupada says, very nicely explains. He says, we are wandering in different species of life in different planets. Brahmanda Brahmite Kona Bhagyavan Jiva. Not all fortunate. One must be very much fortunate to come in contact with Krishna and Guru. So how that fortunate becomes possible? It is called Ajnata Sukruti. Sukruti and Dushkruti. These two words are very used in Bhagavad Gita. Namam Dushkrituno Mudaha Prapadyante Naradamaha. That is in 7.15 Bhagavad Gita. So there is the word Dushkriti and Sukruti. Chaturvida Vida Bhajanti Mam Sukruti Arjuna 7.16. So this Sukruti, this fortune, Maharaj, there is a chance which is called Ajnata Sukruti. Ajnata Sukruti means just like Krishna's representative is preaching all over the world, and if somebody comes in contact with that representative of Krishna and satisfy him, he acquires some Ajnata Sukruti. This is called Ajnata Sukruti. He does not know what spiritual benefit he is achieving by serving the representative of Krishna. He does not know. But he acquires it imperceptibly. This is called Ajnata Sukruti. So when Ajnata Sukruti is accumulated, then he becomes fortunate. That is called Kona Bhagyavan Jiva. So similarly, Prabhupada says these Ajnata Sukruti, when they are accumulated, just like you deposit in the bank 4 annas, 2 annas, in this way, one day it becomes 100 rupees. Similarly, these Ajnata Sukruti, when they are accumulated, that makes the fortune of a person to associate with Guru and Krishna. Maharaj, really, when I heard this, I don't know how much fortunate I am. I'm very grateful to you for sowing the seed of bhakti, the bija in me, with your loving guidance and instructions. So I have to only, you have guided me, you have given the instructions, but only the thing is, I have to endeavor and do the instructions, follow the instructions. So that's what so because by your, so you have given these instructions and I'm trying to follow. So I'm really grateful to Krishna for sending an empowered representative like you. Maharaj, you have taught us how to recite the verses from Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. And by your mercy, I have been able to start the shloka recitation classes through the Zoom online since the lockdown days, 5 days a week. And by this, you have ensured that I intensify my devotional service because I cannot do unless I read myself. So Maharaj, please guide me to follow all of your instructions sincerely by burying myself in Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam. You always say, whenever I meet you with my family, you always tell me, just bury yourself in Bhagavad Gita and take care of your children. So I, along with my better half, Sindhu Devidasi, my sons Siddharth and Pranatatma Bandhu, and my daughters-in-law Sindhuja and Sneha, seek your mercy to always remain fixed in discharging our duties and following your instructions uninterruptedly and unmotivated. Please allow me to continue serving you despite my numerous faults. You remain my only hope, inspiration, and shelter. All glories to your God. Thank you, Maharaj, for the wonderful gift of devotional service. Please allow me to remain your servant eternally, your humble servant, Sri Ramchandra Das from Bangalore. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Sri Ramchandra Prabhu. Thank you so much for your offering, Prabhuji. Very grateful.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare
Thank
Krishna.
you. Now we have with us His Grace Prasannavardhan Prabhu, who previously was in Minneapolis and then continues preaching today in Lucknow. Prasannavardhan Prabhu, we welcome you to the program and thank you very much for your participation today. Please come on if you can and please make your offering, Prabhu. We are now down to 2 more offerings, Prabhu's, Mataji's, before we wind up our programs. Thank you for your time and patience, and thank you very much to Vaishnava Seva Prabhu for accommodating all of us. Prasannavardhan Prabhu, are you on? Prasannavardhan Prabhu, are you able to track him?
Yes, Prabhu, wait a minute.
Yes, Prasannavardhan Prabhu, I can see you now, or at least I see your name. You are on mute, Prabhu.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu? Haribol, we can see you now, Prabhu. It looks like it's hung now. I can't hear you.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu, we are unable to hear you, Prabhu. Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu. I think his video has hung. Yes, he came.
Is he coming on?
He is having network problem.
Yeah. Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu, I think there's a network problem. We can't seem to hear you.
Or see you.
Yeah, it seems to be lagging. Can we do one thing, Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu? You try and sort out the bandwidth if you can. In the meantime, perhaps I will ask Kathamrit Prabhu, who is actually the last person. No, I'll ask Sham Sharan Prabhu before Kathamrit Prabhu. Sham Sharan Prabhu, if you're there, can I request you to come on first? And then after that, we can hear Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu. Sham Sharan Prabhu, if you're there. Prasanna Prabhu, I think we still can't hear Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu. Do you have his number? Can someone just call him?
Yes, Prabhu.
Huh? Yeah. In the meantime, is Sham Sharan Prabhu in the list of attendees?
Yes, Prabhu, he came. He started video already.
He has? Okay, let's start with him now. Sham Sharan Prabhu, thank you for joining us. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare
All
Krishna.
glory to
Please.
Maharaj and glory to
Please make your offering, Prabhu.
Prabhu, can I make it in Hindi if you permit me?
Please, whatever that you want to, please
I'm
go ahead.
comfortable with it.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you,
Thank
Prabhu.
you. Thank you.
हरे कृष्णा महाराज, परम पूज्य गुरुदेव, आपके चरण कमलों में अनंत कोटि दंडवत प्रणाम। ये आपका आशीर्वाद ही है महाराज कि हम आपकी 101वीं व्यास पूजा महोत्सव पर आपके गुणगान करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। यद्यपि आपके गुणों के वर्षवे में वर्णन करना हमारे लिए सबसे कठिन कार्य है। श्रीमद् भागवत के 11वें स्कंद के 7वें अध्याय के 44वें श्लोक में आपके दिव्य गुणों का वर्णन हुआ है। आपका जीवन 100% भागवत में प्रैक्टिस ही है। श्रीमद् भागवत में जो भी गुण शुद्ध भक्तों के वर्णन में कहे गए हैं, ये सब आपके जीवन में और आपके व्यवहार में हम देख सकते हैं। 11:7:44 में शुद्ध भक्तों के गुणों को शुद्ध जल के साथ कंपेयर किया गया है। वहां पे कहते हैं सुखदेव गोस्वामी, स्वच्छ प्रकृतितः स्निग्धो माधुर्य तीर्थ भूनृणाम मुनि पुनात्यपाम मित्रम एकशोप स्पर्श कीर्तनई। अनुवाद: हे राजा, संत पुरुष जल के सदृश होता है, क्योंकि वह कलमश रहित, स्वभाव से कोमल तथा बहते जल की कलकल ध्वनि सदृश बोलने वाला होता है। ऐसे संत पुरुष के दर्शन, स्पर्श या श्रवण मात्र से जीव उसी तरह पवित्र हो जाता है जिस तरह शुद्ध जल का स्पर्श करने से मनुष्य स्वच्छ हो जाता है। इस तरह संत पुरुष तीर्थ स्थान की तरह उन सबों को शुद्ध बनाता है जो उसके संपर्क में आते हैं, क्योंकि वह सदैव भगवान की महिमा का कीर्तन करता है। इसमें शुद्ध भक्तों के जो गुणों का वर्णन किया गया, उसमें सबसे पहले स्वच्छ, ये शुद्धि कारक है, प्यूरिफाइंग इसको बोला है, अंग्रेजी में प्रभुपाद जी ने इसको वर्णन किया है। महाराज, मैं जब आपसे पहली बार मिलने की बात याद करता हूँ तो वास्तव में ये आपके साक्षात दर्शन का अवसर नहीं था। मैंने केवल दिल्ली के ईस्ट ऑफ कैलाश इस्कॉन मंदिर में आपकी वाणी सुनी थी। एक भागवतम क्लास में आप श्रोताओं के बीच में ही नीचे ही बैठे हुए थे और प्रभु जी क्लास दे रहे थे। लेकिन क्लास के अंत में जब एक क्वेश्चन आंसर के सेशन में प्रभु जी, एक व्यक्ति ने प्रश्न पूछा, एक भक्त ने प्रश्न पूछा, तो उन प्रभु जी ने वो प्रश्न आदर पूर्वक आपको निवेदन किया कि उसका उत्तर आप दें। तो जिस तरह से सरलता से और व्यवहारिक रूप से आपने इसको समझाया, उसके श्रवण मात्र से ही मेरी चित्त कुछ पवित्र हो गई थी, मेरी चेतना कुछ पवित्र हो गई थी और मैं आपकी शरण लेने के लिए आकर्षित हुआ। जैसा कि आज जो हमने क्लास सुनी आपकी, उसमें भी आप क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन में लगभग वैसा ही क्वेश्चन था जैसा वो प्रभु जी कह रहे थे कि वो क्रिश्चियन थे और उन्होंने फिर भी आकर्षित है इस तरफ, तो और वो फिर डाउट कर रहे थे कि वो कृष्ण के बारे में। तो आपने जवाब दिया था कि यू हैव फेथ, you are already have reciprocation already with Krishna, forget all other methods। तो ऐसा ही सरल जवाब आपने उस समय भी दिया था। वो भक्त भी ऐसे ही कुछ कृष्ण के बारे में सवाल किए थे और आपने उनसे पूछा था कि वो कितनी दूर से, कहाँ से आए हैं। उन्होंने बताया कि वो कितनी दूर से आए हैं, 25-28 किलोमीटर दूर से वो मंदिर आए थे। तब उन्होंने बोला कि आप सब जगह छोड़ के, दिल्ली में इतनी अच्छी अच्छी जगह है, बीच में आप मंदिर में आए हैं और कथा में बैठे हैं, इसका मतलब यही कृष्ण है, ये आपका फेथ ही है जो आपको यहाँ पर लेके आया है। तो इसी सरल जवाब से आपकी तरफ में आकर्षित हुआ और आपकी शरण लेने के लिए आपकी कृपावश आपने मुझे शरण दी अपने चरणों में। जैसा कि अनुवाद में भी कहा गया है कि ऐसे संत पुरुष के दर्शन, स्पर्श या श्रवण मात्र से जीव पवित्र हो जाता है। और तात्पर्य में भी कहा गया है कि संत पुरुष शुद्ध जल के समान समस्त कलमश से रहित होता है और सारी वस्तुओं को शुद्ध करने की क्षमता रखता है। उसमें दूसरा गुण बताया है कि कोमल स्वभाव है। आपके जीवन में हम सुनते हैं कि आप जब पिता के समय ही शरीर छोड़ दिया था और आप सभी परिवार की, पूरे परिवार की, भाई बहनों के साथ में उनकी जिम्मेदारी आपके ऊपर आई थी। तो एक सदगृहस्थ के समान बहुत ही प्रेम और सौम्य व्यवहार के साथ पूरे परिवार का आपने पालन किया और उसी तरह से आपने, बल्कि उससे भी अधिक प्रेम से आपने अपने आध्यात्मिक परिवार के रूप में हम सबका भी पालन किया है। हमारी भौतिक की नहीं, आध्यात्मिक जरूरतों को भी आपने बहुत ही प्रेम से पालन किया है। एक बार जब अब दिल्ली भी आए थे उस समय में, और उसी समय में हमारे पिता का शरीर छोड़ने का हो गया था और मैं काफी दिन से छुट्टी पर भी था। तो उस समय दिल्ली आए थे, आपने नोएडा दिल्ली मंदिर में ही एक फंक्शन अटेंड करने के लिए आप आए थे। तो आपने रथ यात्रा के लिए, द्वारका रथ यात्रा के लिए काफी बोला कि आप द्वारका यात्रा में आइएगा। तो उस समय मैंने आप कुछ असमर्थता व्यक्त की थी कि मैं 2 कारणों से द्वारका यात्रा नहीं आ सकता। एक तो कारण था कि उस समय मैंने अपने पिता की शरीर त्यागने की वजह से काफी छुट्टियां ली थी अपने ऑफिस से, और दूसरा था कि कुछ धन का भी कारण था हमारे साथ में। तो मैंने महाराज से रिक्वेस्ट की कि मैं इस बार नहीं रथ यात्रा अटेंड कर पाऊंगा। तो महाराज ने बहुत ही प्रेम से, एक सहृदय पिता की तरह से उन्होंने कहा था कि ऑफिस से छुट्टी का इंतजाम तुम कर लो और बाकी द्वारका आ जाओ, लक्ष्मी का इंतजाम भगवान कृष्ण स्वयं कर देंगे, तुम लक्ष्मी के लिए चिंता ना करो। और महाराज जी के आशीर्वाद से, आपके आशीर्वाद से मुझे ऑफिस से छुट्टी मिलने में कोई परेशानी नहीं हुई और हम द्वारका रथ यात्रा में बहुत ही सरलता से पहुंच गए और धन की भी व्यवस्था हो गई थी हमारे, तो उसमें भी कोई हमारे को परेशानी नहीं हुई थी। लेकिन जब हम द्वारका से वापस आ रहे थे उस समय महाराज ने एक एनवलप मेरे हाथ में दिया और हमारे मना करने के बाद भी बहुत आग्रह के साथ महाराज ने हमको दिया कि रख लो इसको। हमने बाद में आके देखा तो उसमें इतनी लक्ष्मी थी कि हमने द्वारका आने के लिए जितनी लक्ष्मी खर्च की थी आने जाने में, उससे भी कहीं ज्यादा वो लक्ष्मी थी। तो महाराज एक सहृदय पिता की तरह से कोमल स्वभाव से सबका पालन करते थे, हम सबका। और महाराज का जीवन एक पारदर्शी, जैसे जल का स्वभाव होता है, यहाँ पे वर्णन किया है कि जल का स्वभाव होता है, ऐसे ही महाराज का जीवन था, वो पारदर्शी जीवन की तरह से था, क्योंकि उनकी उपस्थिति हमेशा पारदर्शी रहती थी। उनकी उपस्थिति में हमें कभी भी किसी भी घबराहट का, कभी डर का महसूस नहीं होता था हमारे को जब उनके साथ होते थे। कभी भी वो हमसे किसी विशेष व्यवहार की अपेक्षा भी नहीं रखते थे, सिवाय इसके कि हम श्रीमद् भागवत और भगवत गीता के अध्ययन में और उसके अभ्यास में लगे रहें और अपना समय इधर उधर बातों में, इधर उधर घूमने में न व्यर्थ करें। बल्कि ये हमारे लिए एक उत्सव की तरह होता था कि जब हम महाराज के साथ होते थे। इसी तरह आप चाहते थे कि कोई भी सेवा करते समय हमारा भाव भी ऐसा ही हो कि हम आपको, अपने आप को महत्वपूर्ण न समझें और सेवा के लिए अपना गुणगान सुनने की इच्छा हमारी भी ना हो। हम चाहे सेवा करते समय हम पारदर्शी बने रहें, कोई यह ना जाने कि ये सेवा हमने की है। कि जल के समान जो पारदर्शी स्वभाव है वो महाराज स्वयं भी महाराज को प्रदर्शित करते थे और हमसे भी चाहते थे कि हम भी स्वयं पारदर्शी बने रहें, सेवा पहचाने ही ना सेवा किसने सेवा पूरी की है। और इसमें एक और बात बोली है कि वे महिमा का कीर्तन किया करते हैं, जो सच्चुद्ध भक्त होते हैं। तो इसमें महाराज जो है आप हमेशा आग्रह करते थे कि हम शास्त्रों के श्लोकों का गायन बहुत ही प्रेम से और भाव के साथ करें, क्योंकि आप स्वयं भी श्लोकों का गायन बहुत ही प्रेम से और भाव से करते थे। आप कहते थे ये ध्वनि दिव्य होने के कारण हमें संतुष्टि प्रदान करती है, क्योंकि ये कृष्ण का भिन्न है और ये भक्ति बढ़ाने वाली है। तुम अपने होठों को बंद करके ओम का उच्चारण कर सकते हो, जैसे कविम पुराणम, ऐसे महाराज श्लोकों का उच्चारण करके बताते कि लास्ट में जो अम होता है वो ओम ही है। और उस ओम का उच्चारण करने से महाराज कहते थे कि ये हमारे स्वास्थ्य का भी लाभ करने में सहायता होता है। और कितनी बार जब हम ठीक से नहीं गा पाते थे तो आप हमें उत्साहित करते हुए कहते थे, अरे मैं इस उम्र में वाइब्रेट कर सकता हूँ, मैं इस उम्र में वाइब्रेट कर सकता हूं, तो तुम सब तो अभी जवान हो, तुम क्यों नहीं कर सकते। इन श्लोकों को प्रेमपूर्ण गाने से तुम्हारा स्वास्थ्य भी अच्छा रहेगा। और आज भी हमने लेक्चर में देखा, जो महाराज क्लास लिए आज की, उसमें महाराज बोल रहे हैं कि व्हेन यू आर एट ईज यू आर नॉट डिसीज, ईज यू कैन नॉट बाय लविंगली गोइंग टू फादर टू कृष्णा विल गिव यू ईज। तो वही बात महाराज हमेशा इंसिस्ट करते थे कि हम प्रेम से भगवान के नामों का उच्चारण करें, भगवान के कीर्तन करें या भगवान के जो श्लोक हैं उनको प्रेम के साथ भाव के साथ गाएं, तो हमारा स्वास्थ्य भी अच्छा हो जाता है। और महाराज स्वयं भी वो उतने ही अच्छे से गाते थे। जैसा कि अनुवाद में भी कहा गया है कि संत पुरुष बहते जल की कल कल ध्वनि सदृश बोलने वाला होता है। परंतु महाराज ये कोई आपके गाने की कला नहीं है, ये आपका परम पुरुष कृष्ण के प्रति शुद्ध प्रेम है, जो जल की कलकल ध्वनि के समान कंपन पैदा करता है। और ये हम जैसे लाखों जीवों के हृदयों को द्रवित करता है और भगवान की ओर आकर्षित करता है। इसमें अंतिम एक पॉइंट और है कि सतत कीर्तन करते रहते हैं, सतत जप करते रहते हैं। और हमने सबने नोटिस किया है ये बात कि महाराज हमेशा किसी भी समय में जब भी खाली होते थे या तो भागवतम पढ़ते होते थे या भगवान के नाम का जप करते होते थे। हम कभी बातचीत के विषय में, बातचीत के बीच में भी हमने नोटिस किया महाराज को कि जब बातचीत नहीं हो रही है और सब शांत है या महाराज नहीं बोल रहे हैं, तो महाराज अपने जिह्वा को उनको हम महसूस कर सकते थे कि उनकी जिह्वा चलती रहती है और वो चैंटिंग करते रहते हैं, हमेशा महाराज भगवान के नाम का जप करते रहते हैं। तो महाराज आप जो भी आदेश हमें देते हैं उसको आप 100% पहले पालन करते हैं। इसीलिए आप कहते थे कि हमारे शास्त्र कोई आकाशीय बातें नहीं है, ये सब हमारे व्यवहारिक जीवन के ही आदेश देते हैं। आपकी इस 101वीं व्यास पूजा के पवित्र अवसर पर महाराज हम इस आशीर्वाद की प्रार्थना करते हैं कि हम आपके आदेशों का पालन कर सकें और अपनी भक्तिमय जीवन के व्रतों का पालन करने में समर्थ बने रहें। और कम से कम जैसे आप कहते थे कि हाफ हार्टेड ही भक्ति करने में लगे रहें, तो भी हमारा जीवन सफल हो सकता है। हम आपकी शरण में रहना चाहते हैं, उसी में हम पालन करना चाहते हैं जो आपके आदेश है। और हम से जो व्रत लेते हैं उसका शक्ति पूरा करने का आप ही देते हैं। तो हम आपसे प्रार्थना करते हैं कि हमें उन व्रतों को और आदेशों को पालन करने में हमें समर्थ बनाएं। हिज होलीनेस महाविष्णु गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। आपके योग्य शिष्य।
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sham Sharan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu.
No, so happy to see you and pranams to everyone there also. Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu, are you all right to come on now? Prasanna Prabhu, you spoke to him?
Yes, Prabhu, I spoke to him.
Okay. Well, Kathamrit Prabhu is there. Shall we ask Kathamrit Prabhu then? Oh no, wait, hold on. Sorry, Kathamrit Prabhu. We are trying Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu. Just hold on. You'll be our star speaker at the end. Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu.
Prasanna Vadan Prabhu, join audio. I think you haven't joined audio. Prasanna Vadan Prabhu, do one thing. You stop your video. Just
Yeah, maybe just audio, huh? Maybe audio.
keep audio.
The Samadhi really looks nice, Vaishnav Prabhu. Yes. Yeah, you please speak to him, see if he can come on. If he can't, then we'll stop with Katamrit Prabhu.
He's writing some more time to solve the problem.
Okay. Okay, then we'll go on. Katamrit Prabhu, can you please come on and give your offering? After Katamrit Prabhu, we'll come back to Rajkot now with Prasanatma Prabhu for a few minutes. And Vaishnav Prabhu, we leave it to you then to wind up the program. Katamrit Prabhu, you're there?
Yes, Prabhuji. Dandavad pranam. Hare Krishna.
Dandavads. Please
Dandavad
continue,
Prabhuji.
Prabhu. Please continue.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank
Katamrit
you.
Prabhu is, of course, a wonderful representative from Trivandrum Yatra. Maharaj had such wonderful dealings with the Trivandrum devotees. He often joked, that they can't understand what I say, and he can't understand what they said, but they still understood each other because of the language of the heart. So, Katamrit Prabhu, please continue with your offering.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Dandavad pranam. Dandavad pranam. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please assume humble obeisance. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Budri Srimade Maha Vishnu Gosami Dinamini Namami Murdanna Charanaya Vindi Sri Bhagavata Padasumedase Pracharane Logatarane Sri Maha Vishnu Gosami Namini Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj Mugam Karuti Vacharam Pangum Langayati Gurum Yatkraba Tamaham Vandi Sri Guru Dinadara Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Happy birthday to you, Guru Maharaj. Happy birthday. In the purport of fourth canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada explains there need be no anxiety over attaining perfection, because if one follows the instruction given by the spiritual master, he is sure to attain the perfection. Our only concern should be how to execute the order of our spiritual master. A spiritual master is expert in giving special instruction to each of his disciples. And if the disciple executes the order of spiritual master, that is the way of his perfection. Srimad Bhagavatam 4:8-71. Gurudeva, please continuously to give me the blessings of your instructions. We are having your divine words as daily calendar and lectures and great Grandaraj made. And I pray that I may be able to follow them and become a useful servant to you, Guru Maharaj. The spiritual master is the mercy representative of the Lord. It is specified in the Srimad Bhagavatam 1:7-22. It is 100% correct with you, Guru Maharaj. So you are the most merciful person I have seen in the universe, Guru Maharaj. Otherwise, how we can get the shelter from you, Guru Maharaj? Dear Gurudeva, you teach us that to understand and see absolute truth face to face. The first ladder in devotional service is becoming satisfied in our own position, which comes according to our destiny. When we became satisfied in our position, we are not envious of others who possesses more opulence than us, and we can make steady progress in the spiritual life. This point is nicely put by you, Guru Maharaj. In your words, Krishna is the completely self-satisfied. Those who are become devotees of Krishna, they also became self-satisfied. This is the sign of devotion. If we want to see always whether we are progressing in our spiritual life or not, this is the test. When we become satisfied with our position, then the flow of karma stops. This is your words, Guru Maharaj. And dear Gurudev, you said that devotional service should be performed only for two reasons. There is one, glorification of Krishna, and another one, purification of ourselves. And no other motive should exist. This is your instruction, Guru Maharaj. The scriptures, specifically Manu Samhita, declare that the definition of Acharya, Achi no dihi sarva shastrar, arthan acharya stapayandapi, soyam acharate yachtam, acharyam prajakshate. Guru Maharaj, it is 100% true to you, Guru Maharaj. The meaning is one who inquires into the meaning of the spiritual text lives in accordance with the teachings contained therein, and make others live according to them through the example of his own life is called an Acharya. This is 100% true to you, Guru Maharaj. You lived in a manner what scriptures specified how to live as an Acharya. The same, the living Bhagavatam is yourself, Guru Maharaj. That I seen in my life, my lifetime, Guru Maharaj. I am the most fortunate person to get association of your good self, Guru Maharaj. We can see this is the life of our Guru Maharaj, 100% is due to this definition. Even at his old age, last time also, with so much health problems, Maharaj, you used to attend the Mangalarati and read Srimad Bhagavatam intensively and chant continuously Krishna's names. By your own example, Guru Maharaj, you showed us bhakti should not be given up in any stage of life. Guru Maharaj, you lived as per Srimad Bhagavatam and you teach us how to live and how to live as per Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam 1:15-28. Sudha Goswami said, Evam chinda yado jishno Krishna pada saroruham sauhardene digadena shanta shidvimalamiti. Guru Maharaj, the Sudha Goswami in this sloka said, thus being deeply absorbed in thinking of the instructions of the Lord, which were imparted in the great intimacy of friendship, and in thinking of his lotus feet, Arjuna's mind becomes pacified and free from all the material contaminations. The word in the sloka, Sugurdena, means by deep friendship. Adigadena means in the great intimacy. So deep friendship and great intimacy. Sudha Goswami says that Arjuna not only recollect the instructions of the Lord in the Gita, but he could also recollect the loving mood in which Lord Krishna imparted those instructions. And such remembrance enables his mind to participate and free from all the material contaminations. Gurudeva, I am also not able to understand high philosophy, but I can understand and feel your love and care to me, Maharaj. Dear Gurudeva, really I love you, Guru Maharaj. Dear Maharaj, please continue to bless me to serve my God brothers from my heart. Then only I can please you, Guru Maharaj. Then only I can get the love and care more and more from you. For that purpose, bless me, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna, your most fallen servant. Maharaj, pranams. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kadamrit Prabhu. Hare Krishna. So nice to hear you. And thank you for being on the program also. I think now Prasannavardhan Prabhu should be ready. Prasannavardhan Prabhu, we would really like to hear from you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, finally. Good to see you,
Yeah, I
Prabhu.
have to come outside the house to get the signal.
Please carry on, Prabhuji. And thank you for joining us.
Yeah, so nice of you of accommodating me. It's been very long for you and everybody else in the audience. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Putale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namne. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Putale Srimati Mahavishnu Goswamiti Namne. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Pashach Devtatarine. श्री महाविष्णु गोस्वामी महाराज के चरण कमलों में दंडवत प्रणाम और उनके आविर्भाव महा उत्सव के वो सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। तो मैं अपना संस्मरण बहुत छोटा रखूंगा और सिर्फ महाराज के कुछ स्मृतियां हैं उनके विषय में बताना चाहूंगा और उनसे हमने क्या सीखा ये बताना चाहूंगा। तो राजकोट का जो मंदिर है राधा नील माधव 2010 के बाद उनके योग्य शिष्यों ने बनाया, लेकिन उससे पहले महाराज ने कैसे परिश्रम किया पहले 2 मंदिर जो बने और उससे हमने क्या सीखा उसके विषय में थोड़ी सी चर्चा करना चाहता हूँ। तो राजकोट का जो मंदिर है एक तरह से मरुस्थल था। जब मैंने देखा ना सिर्फ भौतिक दृष्टि से बल्कि जैसे इंग्लिश में लिखा है पर्ल ऑफ विजडम, इट वाज अ बैरन लैंड। स्पिरिचुअली इट वाज आल्सो स्पिरिचुअली वेरी बैरन, not just materially. So when I visited there, there was just this one room that you see, and where Maharaj was residing. And Maharaj ki manokamna, he had a wish that we'll have a temple there, and the temple construction started. I see him toiling in the sun sometimes. You know, even the first hall, the first building, he was getting it done. He was sitting in the sun. It was end of May when I had visited him. And before that, I had visited him in Dwarka. I had seen him, sitting, getting each and every stone carved for that Dwarka temple. So yes, he did tell us that we had to read Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and chanting. But he was like Bhagavatam personified. He was like transcendence in practice. So that is what we should aspire to do. So reading and contemplating and assimilating is one part of it, and then practicing is quite on another level. So that is what I could see in him. And especially in Rajkot, I had observed everything from the beginning, because we met Maharaj in 1999 in Minneapolis. And the Rajkot land, as you know, it was barren. There's no water. I remember that Vaishnava Seva Prabhu and all the other devotees, we used to go to this pond, Pokhar, to get a to get ourselves ready, do our bathing. And Krishna's aspiration, water was found out. Krishna takes care of his devotees. He has promised that. Ananyas chintanto mam ye jana parupasate tesham nityuktanam yoga shemam vahamya. So that was a proof that Krishna takes care of his devotees, and the water source was found out on that very land, and the construction could progress nicely. And of course, Maharaj toiled, as already mentioned, to get that temple done. And once that was done, he actually a year or two later, he showed me the model of the new temple, the glory of Saurashtra. And as he was showing me that, he was discussing some costs. And in my very limited understanding, मेरी सीमित बुद्धि में मैंने अनुमान लगाया कि ये कार्य बहुत कठिन है. This task is very difficult and it will require a lot of funds. बहुत सी पूंजी लगेगी. So Maharaj understood, where I was coming from. And what he said was very amazing. A lot of things to be learned from that. He said that, उसका मंदिर है वो स्वयं बनाएगा. It is Krishna's temple, and he pointed upwards. He put his hand. He said, "It's Krishna's temple, and he will get it done." So, by his example, Maharaj was teaching us that we have to just become instruments in the hand of Krishna and Srila Prabhupada, and be the instruments, just be nimit matra in their mission. And like Arjuna, Krishna, Maharaj was not asakt, he was not attached to the result, and that he clarified, in his subsequent statement that he made to me. He said that the funds that are right now available are enough to make the base of the temple, the platform. He said कि एक चबूतरा बनने लायक तो है, जगह इतनी पूंजी इकट्ठी हो गई है. And Maharaj said that is good enough for us, to dance. He said in Hindi, हम तो उस पे नाचेंगे और भगवान का यशोगान करेंगे. So अभी other devotees were mentioning, Sajjan Priya Krishna Das was remembering about this temple and such incidents. So this is what Maharaj said. He said that even if the platform is done, that's good enough. But his wish was, Maharaj wished that temple should be done, but then he was not attached to the result. So he was exactly like Arjuna. He is depending on Krishna to make his temple. So as we have seen aptly that he and his disciples have been instruments to get that temple done. Of course, Krishna must have already planned, like the Mahabharata, for this thing to happen nicely and successfully, but everybody became very able instruments. So this was Maharaj's teaching. Then the other thing what I have observed recently, that was his Parivrakacharya avatar. His incarnation as a Parivrakacharya, where he was traveling incessantly, one place to another, very strenuous at that age, at an age where most of the people just will be happy to survive and live. And at that age, he was actually running around continents. And what he built was actually a global congregation, which we see of very able and empowered devotees. He empowered all these disciples. And we have observed this and much more during this pandemic, when people are just connecting by remotely by Zoom. And each day we are able to do Nityam Bhagavati Sevya. So we are hearing Bhagavatam. So this was his another very big contribution. So it is like, we are just realizing the extent of his glories as time passes by. Not only that, he built the local congregation at Rajkot. I know that was also done with lot of effort because of the distance of the land from the city, especially at that time. So that was also a very big thing that happened at that time. And that there was a lot of struggle that Vaishnava Seva Prabhu had done to build the local congregation there. So these are some of the learnings that I have come to know. And then nobody who is not empowered by Krishna can actually be able to spread Krishna's name. It is said in Chaitanya Chaitamrita, Kali Karena Dharma Krishna Nam Sankirtana Krishna Shakti Vina Nahi Tara Pravartata. That means without somebody being empowered by Krishna, it's not possible to teach the holy names. So my only hope and wish is that Maharaj showers his blessings on us, and he also empowers us to be able to do some service, some preaching. We have planned recently to build a small school, a small nursery school by the name of Bhakt Prahlad School. We have identified the building where we are going to start. So we just wish that we get the blessing, his blessings, and the blessings of all the Vaishnavas to be able to do something for him. And my only prayer is that he keeps us, he gives us shelter at his lotus feet. And I would also wish, and I also pray that all his able disciples, they guide us like Devkinandan Prabhu, Vaishnav Sevadas Prabhu, Punendu Prabhu, Anusuya Devidasi, and there are Vaishnavas I have some friendly terms. I am able to work in a cooperative way with Mahar Krishna Prabhu. Always we get some inspirations from Kal Chakra Prabhu to keep on trying and doing different things and getting lot of content and information about Maharaj. So that continues and that continues in the form of blessings from Maharaj. So with this, I complete my offering. And once again, wishing everybody, we are wishing everybody a very nice Avirbhav Mahotsav for Maharaj. Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj ki jai, Radha Neel Madhav ki jai.
Thank you, Prasanna Vardhan Prabhu. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for bearing me and all the technical difficulties.
No, don't worry. Just happy that we could hear you. Thank you, Prabhu.
Sure.
So we've finished the Indian Yatra. Govardhan Prabhu, who's based in Indonesia, was supposed to speak earlier, but he had a meeting and he's out of the meeting. So let him come on now for a few minutes, and then Prasanadma Prabhu will hear you from Rajkot. Govardhan Prabhu, are you online?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me, Prabhu?
I can hear you, Prabhu. Can
Okay.
you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. But when you turn on your mic, there's a lot of noise there. Is it because you're outside?
It's raining heavily here.
Oh, okay, fine.
So there's a lot of noise actually. But...
Please continue, Prabhu. We will hear you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते महाविष्णु गोस्वामी नीति नामिने। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नीति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशकारिणे। My dear Gurudev, on this most auspicious occasion of your appearance day, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. The Bhagavatam says, Padam Padam Yat Vipadam. Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14-58. In this material world, there is only Vipada. There is no end to difficulties. But we are so fortunate to get your shelter, and that is our greatest sampada, our greatest fortune, which overcomes the vipada of this world. We are able to face these difficulties only by remembering you and your message, Maharaj. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 10, 12th chapter, 43rd verse. In this, Parishit Maharaj says, Vayam dhanyatama loke guropi kshatra bandhavaha vayam pibamo muhusvattaha punyam krishna kathamritam. O my Lord, my spiritual master, although we are the lowest of Kshatriyas, we are glorified and benefited because we have the opportunity of always hearing from you the nectar of the pious activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So we can compare ourselves to Parishit Maharaj's very humble position. He expressed himself with great humility that he is fortunate only because he could hear the nectar of the pious activities of the Lord from his spiritual master. So, Maharaj, we are also in the similar position. I have a lot of opportunities to hear from you through your lectures, websites, apps, books. We also discuss points from your lectures every week, Maharaj. We are grateful to our God siblings for coming together every week without fail on Zoom. And that is where I fall short, Maharaj. It is only hearing. What is the point in worshipping Guru only with flowers or flowery words, but not serving the message of the Guru? It is the greatest disservice and my weakness. As a result, the difficulties get bigger, life gets complicated. Whereas Maharaj, your instruction is to keep our lives simple. I'm not only a reject Maharaj, I'm an absolute reject. The real glorification of Guru is in following his instructions. Maharaj, I don't want any independence, because if I have independence, I will only misuse it. I just want to act according to your will, Maharaj. In spite of all my disqualifications, please always keep me under your vision and direction in every matter, whether material or spiritual, and make me a perfect instrument in your service. Maharaj, please forgive me for all the sins and offenses that I have committed, and please grant me your mercy to steer clear from them in the future. Please always keep me in your shelter and in your eternal service. His Holiness Mahavishnu Goswami Gurudev Ki Jai. Your servant Govardhan Das.
Yeah, my bandwidth was a bit off. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Govardhan Prabhu. Thank you very much. Prasanatma Prabhu, you have been a stalwart in serving in ISKCON Rajkot so many years, so much consistency, backbone for Vaishnava Seva Prabhu. Please make your offering to Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Prabhu, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if the others can hear you. We still can't hear you, Prabhu.
Very good.
We can hear you, but there's a echo.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Now we can hear you.
Okay, Prabhu. So I want to read one shloka in glorification of Maharaj. 4th canto, 28th chapter, verse number 51. तत्र पूर्वतरः कश्चित् सखा ब्राह्मण आत्मवान् शान्त्वयन् वल्गुना साम्ना तामाह रुदतिं प्रभो. My dear king, one Brahmana who was an old friend of King Puranjana came to that place and began to pacify the queen with sweet words. यहाँ ये श्लोक का जो लास्ट पैराग्राफ जो है बहुत ही सुंदर है और श्रील प्रभुपाद गुरु के साथ जो शिष्य का जो नाता होता है वो कैसा होना चाहिए उसके बारे में यहाँ पे बताया गया है. काफी बार भक्ति में आकर पे भी हम बहक जाते हैं और हम कोई अलग मार्ग पे ही चढ़ जाते हैं. हमको लगता है कि बस यात्राएं करना, घूमना फिरना और सब जगह अच्छा अच्छा प्रसाद खाना यही भक्ति है, और ऐसे मार्ग में हम फंस जाते हैं और वास्तविक जो भक्ति में सेवा है उससे अलग हो जाता है. तो वास्तविक भक्ति क्या है ये यहाँ पे बताया गया है. In conclusion, if a disciple is very serious to execute the mission of the spiritual master, he immediately associates with the Supreme Personality of Godhead by Vani और वपु. प्रभुपाद जी कहते हैं कि सार यही है कि यदि शिष्य गुरु महाराज के मिशन के ऊपर गंभीरतापूर्वक कार्य करने के लिए तत्पर है, तो वह तुरंत ही पूर्ण पुरुषोत्तम भगवान की संग की प्राप्ति करता है, या तो वाणी द्वारा या तो वपु द्वारा। यानी फिजिकल भी उसको मिलता है संग, और शब्दों से भी उसको भगवान का संग मिलता है। इस प्रकार से मिलता है यदि वो गुरु के मिशन में तत्पर रहता है उसको एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए। दिस इज द ओनली सीक्रेट ऑफ सक्सेस इन सीइंग द सुप्रीम पर्सनालिटी ऑफ गॉड है। यहाँ प्रभुपाद जी बहुत सुंदर लिख रहे हैं कि दिस इज द ओनली सीक्रेट, यही सीक्रेट है इसका सफलता का। कैसी सफलता? इन सीइंग द सुप्रीम पर्सनालिटी ऑफ गॉड है, पूर्ण पुरुषोत्तम परमेश्वर को देखने की। यदि हम गुरु महाराज के मिशन में कार्य करते हैं तो हम पूर्ण पुरुषोत्तम परमेश्वर को सहज ही देख सकते हैं, ये यहाँ पे बताया गया है। और वही उनका वो देखने का मार्ग है। Instead of being eager to see the Lord in some bush of Vrindavan, while at the same time engaging in sense gratification, यदि हम वृंदावन चले जाए और उसकी झाड़ियों में कृष्ण को ढूंढने का प्रयास करें तो हम कभी कृष्ण को नहीं देख पाएंगे। उसकी वजह हमें क्या करना चाहिए? If one instead sticks to the principle of following the words of the spiritual master, यदि कोई व्यक्ति दृढ़ता पूर्वक आध्यात्मिक गुरु के शब्दों को और उनके सिद्धांतों को पालन करने में चिपक जाता है, he will see the supreme lord without difficulty, तो वह पूर्ण पुरुषोत्तम भगवान को बिना कोई झंझट के देख पाएगा। तो ऐसे सभी लोगों ने जैसे महान ऑफरिंग किया, सभी महान भक्तों ने, तो मेरा तो अमल ऑफरिंग में कुछ कर नहीं सकता हूँ, लेकिन हम इतना ही कर सकते हैं कि हमारा जीवन महाराज को अर्पण कर सकते हैं। हरे कृष्णा।
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prasanatma Prabhu. Thank you. Can I request Vaishnava Seva Prabhu to please say a few words, Prabhu, as we wind down the time today? I think this medium is good. We can all hear you clearly. Thank you, Vaishnava Seva Prabhu. Thank you for building this beautiful Samadhi of Maharaj. Thank you for giving us all of us the chance to get together in Rajkot. Even though we are sitting in different countries, we have spent more time on Vyasapuja today than we have done even in Rajkot. So thank you. Please continue, Prabhu.
Thank you very much. Thank you all our God siblings, well-wishers, and around the world there are many devotees and they are hearing or they are going to hear afterwards also. Link we are going to send afterwards the recording. Rajkot devotees and India, all the devotees. They all are hearing now. Actually, I'm watching Devkinandan maybe joined us 10:30, but before 5 hours also he was in the Singapore Yatra, continually joined there, and again he is with us. His stamina is I can't explain in the word. And still I can see his face so enthusiastic. So much love for the Maharaj. Yes, so much dedication, so much sacrifice done. This is the beauty of the Maharaj. Whoever touch Maharaj or Maharaj touch whoever, that person's immediately change, or after some time that person realize that we lose that time when Maharaj was there. We lost the time. We misuse the time. Same case with me also. Now I am every day crying that if Maharaj physically present with me, it's better. But still, whatever he has given us, that we can't lose now. Whatever time we have left now, we have to use it or lose it. You can see the miracles in the Dwarka, we can see the miracles in the Rajkot, and I'm telling you, there are many miracles going to come if we follow the Maharaj instruction properly. Maharaj instruction means we should not stick to the rules or regulations. Rules, regulations are there, but that is my observation in the Maharaj. From 1996 till 2010, how many years I passed with the Maharaj, I observed that Maharaj never emphasized more on the rules or regulation. He was very much get upset when we are become too much emotional also. He always told us that we should be carry on with the situation, tolerate, forgive and forget. That principle is given, that Whatever past happened, we just turn like a we change the page of the book. We should not look the past what happened. Even 1 minute before also, we should live in the present and with the nice devotional service. Like a Maharaj says, Bhagavatam is behavior. We have to change our behavior. That is devotional service. Devotional service doesn't mean that we have to no get one medal or our target is to go to back to Godhead. No, our target is just to satisfy our spiritual master. Whatever way the capacity is invested in us, that we must use for his services. We must use for to complete his dream, or at least try to um, do something, so some endeavor. I want to give some few examples. Like the miracle happened in Dwarka, how the Dwarka temple come up, how the Dwarka guest house came up. Same way, how the Rajkot temple came up. Our journey started in Rajkot 2002, and 2019 we inaugurated just 1 year before the temple. And you all may be surprised. Very few devotees know that now within, I think 1 or 2 months or maybe 3 months, soon if the corona finish, we all have to gather at Trivandrum. Maharaj third center is coming up now. And maybe March, April, May, I don't know which time, but it's very soon, very nearby. Structure is completed, marble tiles work is going on, and whole yatra don't know anything about it actually. So that also now maybe April, May, June, anytime may be ready. And not only that, just a few 1 week before, Devikinandan knows Pratap Prabhu from the Trivandrum. He contacted us and already uh, Uma Pratap, and he already he's starting working on it. And there's a nice land in Trivandrum, outskirts of the Trivandrum, totally greenery. This rubber plantation area. Dam is only one big dam is there, 2 3 kilometers away from walking distance actually, very nearby, not that much, and very greenery, water area, and we are going to get nearly 5 to 6 acres of land there. See the miracle of the Maharaj. Now Uma Pratap, their family, they are not the I think initiated by Maharaj, but so much love, so much dedication. And Devikinandan Prabhu whole yatra is tried to handle the way the Maharaj guided him. That is a force for us to work in the all our difficult conditions, problems. And another thing I want to tell you that regarding Rajkot, last after inauguration, immediately in March, there's a lockdown. And surprising thing is maybe many temples are doing many things, but Rajkot surprisingly done the many miracles in the lockdown also. Even here there are many big institute, religion institute. Monetary point of view, disciples point of view. There are numbers of disciples there, but they does not do anything in the lockdown. But I can give you the figures. In the lockdown after the March 23, we immediately started here the prasad distribution, and all of you contributed, and nearly we 2 lakhs plates prasadam distribution done here. 2 lakhs plates hot prasadam we distributed to the poor and needy people daily. That time the pandemic on the peak of the level. March means beginning. Daily 25, 30, 40, 50,000 cases all over the India. And that time, some of the Maharaj mercy, all the inspiration, all of you, we have done this. Not only that, our congregation and full-time duties, where they may be, the because of lockdown, we the all staff we removed, and all the physical works done by all the congregation duty and full-time duties. Even cleaning the bathroom, cleaning the temple, cutting the trees, welding work they learn, machinery work they learn. They are literally like as a labor, they done hard work. Maharaj like this very much. When Maharaj says one in hand Bhagavatam and one in hand Burum, that we try to we do this. Only Bhagavatam never work, and only Broom also never work. Maharaj himself, until the he leave his body, he tried to clean his room, tried to wash his clothes. The same principles we are trying. We are not expert. We are not that much up to mark. but our devotees use nice this period, everyone, like as a labor work hard like anything, and that not that only. Even we have done here now, here book distribution. Like in September, Bhadra Purnima. Just we started a campaign. I thought maybe we can reach 11 or 20 Bhagavatam set we can maybe hardly can sell. But I'm also surprised that we reach, I think, more than 251 Bhagavatam sets we sell or distributed to the people. How this happened? This is total pure mercy of Maharaj. A morning I told our devotees that, like suppose by mistake or maybe we are not qualified, and suppose we are sitting in the local train, local train. But if we somehow or we are full faith in the Maharaj words, and we stick to the okay, whatever maybe Maharaj will take to our destination. So Maharaj, same local train, he can, convert in the bullet train and make us fast, We also can imagine, we are in the local train actually. If you compare to the numbers of the devotees, experience of the devotees compared to the other temples, we are nothing still, But if you see the map of the India, you can see we are very near to the main big temples, That's I'm telling. Our only simple endeavors require, Showy business never work with the Maharaj. Maharaj know everyone's heart. Same thing happened in the book distribution. On the 1st December, we started slowly. We are trying. We are struggling. That maybe hardly daily 20, 15, or maybe 25, 50, 60 books are Gitas are going. And immediately, surprisingly, after 14, 15 of December, I'm seeing the numbers of increasing. Started increasing like as anything. And I just mentioned in the Guru Amritwani that our target 10,000. But I never thought of this also. Maybe 1,000 hardly, maybe 2,000. And surprisingly, just 3 days before of the Maharaj Vyasapuja, 2 days before of the Maharaj Vyasapuja, we already crossed the 10,000 Bhagavad Gita. How this happened? And not only that, we distributed on the Gita Jayanti day more than 3,000 Gitas to all the patients who are admitted in the because of some diseases in the hospital. More than 3,000. Now I think we are nearly covered nearly 25 to 30 hospitals of the Rajkot, big hospital, government hospital. They have 400, 500 patients in one hospital. Then Okad, many big hospital. 3,000. Not only that, our devotee Maharaj expertly guided them that our books, Bhagavad Gita, went to the COVID patients also. COVID patient. Maybe they not allowed us to go to the COVID patient, but we requested them that please, if you give to the COVID patient and the doctor themselves and the other staff wear the protective, kit, and they went to the COVID patient, and I share the photos in the Gurudev Amritwani. This is what more than miracle, This is transcendental touch of the Maharaj. And today's surprising thing is actually I thought the auspicious day. Actually, yesterday's score was 11,000 something, 13 and something was there till yesterday. I make announcement at 11,111. But Maharaj, Maharaj want to make our words, true. Just when Vyasapuja of our offering is going on, one Mataji, her name is Nidhi Sagaria, and her father is in the America. His name is Ashok Bhai, So actually, just few days before, I am in constant touch with her, because last time also they offered some services. But she this time not, I saw not interested. I saw maybe not. But Maharaj has his plan, Just when I think, I don't know who's offering going on. That time she called me and she told me that her father chastised her like anything. Why you are not give order of the Bhagavad Gita? I thought maybe a few Bhagavad Gita she want to order. Mata, tell me how much Bhagavad Gita want. And she told, my father told, give order of the 1,000 Bhagavad Gita. Today 1,000 Bhagavad Gita. Not only that, tomorrow we are going to Junagadh. Junagadh is very nearby, and we are going to distribute 1,000 Bhagavad Gita to the area. We are going to distribute the city area of the Junagadh. We are going tomorrow to distribute 1,000. So means 11,000 plus 1,000. How much we cross? 12,000. So this is Maharaj, Now our future plan is in maybe February, Maharaj Tirubhav Day. We are planning to distribute in the central jail of the Rajkot. There are nearly 1,700 inmates, Kaidi, 1,700 prisoners. Already we are started conversation with the government officers that we want to do this, and there's a positive response. So maybe January or February we are going to do this. Then our next plan is that maybe Devkin Prabhu, you have to convince all them that our Rajkot project finish does not mean we have to sit silently. There are many things Maharaj never want that we sit silently. You all have given a lot of donation, but we should not stop. Where Maharaj want to expand activities. Now, Colonel Prabhu, Pradeep Roy, he encourage us, and he encouraged that. He want that our bus is lying here, school bus is lying, is not that much in use. They encourage that why should not we do something? Then we are all devotees thinking that now by Maharaj's mercy we have nearly 30 full-time devotees, and with the congregation devotees. We are planning now to convert our school bus into the Sankirtan bus. And that Sankirtan bus, Colonel give ideas that it should be multi-purpose use. Every bedding, books we can keep, and traveling party, sound system, digital television inside, or something. Many ideas he has. So we are working on it. Maybe after Vyasapuja tomorrow, I'm going to see the garage of the how we can do the nicely modification. And my dream is by Maharaj mercy and all the inspiration, all of you and blessing. I want that all the Rajkot district, all villages we are going to cover next year. That is our planning, because we are now 30 duties and more duties are coming. Maharaj arranging, and till for I think 40-50 duties definitely come within next 5 to 6 months going to join. So then Dwarka also we can start many things there, and Rajkot also there are many big plans. So there are many things to speak, but I'm ending here. Thank you all of you for last how many years you are constantly by tan man dhan, by bodily, by mind, with the money, you are all dedicated to the Gurudev, lovingly, with the under guidance of His Grace Devkinam Prabhu. And we are going to get continued guidance from him. And I'm praying Maharaj that please give us blessing that the way you always active in activity of the Krishna consciousness, please guide us that we should not become lethargy, we should not be lazy, and whatever life we are left in our lives, we should use for your service to glorify Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Honored Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaishnava Prabhu. And thank you to all the devotees around the world. All the points that Prabhu brought up, we should reflect on, we should contemplate on. The question really we should ask is, what is the basis of our connection to Maharaj? And what is the legacy of Maharaj? That is the foundational question for all of us as we move on in our devotional service. Thank you for giving all of us so much time, Vaishnava Prabhu. Today, we have been so engaged so nicely for so many hours. Now I think we're coming to the final part of the program, Prabhu.
Yes.
Where we will take darshan.
Yes. Just give darshan and we can finish, Prabhu. We'll do the other things, I think.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you all.
So we'll all go on mute and we'll all take darshan.
Yes.
All glory to
Prabhu,
Prabhupada.
What were the two questions, Prabhu?
Yes.
Devki Prabhu?
Yes, yes, Prabhu.
What were the two questions you said we were reflecting on?
The two questions we were reflecting on is, what is the legacy of Maharaj? Right?
And what's the second one?
And the other one is, what should be the basis of our connection to Maharaj?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you, Vaishnava Prabhu, and all the other devotees. All glory to Prabhupada and Srila Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj ki. Hare Krishna.
पुष्पांजलि
अर्पित करती।
श्रीमते महाविष्णु गोस्वामी इति नामिने विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे वीराभिषेका
जो भी आना चाहता है आप ज्वाइन सकते हैं शाम को 6 से 8 बजे के बीच में। अगर इधर कवर नहीं होगा तो यहाँ पे करेंगे, तो हम मंदिर में महाराज जी का स्मरण करेंगे। हरे कृष्णा। सब लोग प्रसाद लीजिए, आप लेके आए प्रसाद।
Hare Krishna, we are ending the meeting. Hare Bol. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Devkiran Prabhu and all the devotees. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji.
जी जी जी